Lampposts and jingleberries, boys and girls, welcome back to 40k 9th edition. We're doing another solo battle report today. After the success of the last two, people keep wanting more and keep having nice things to say about them in the comments. And since lockdown continues to roll on here in England, here we go again. Today, we're on the planet of Abakhan Epsilon again, where previously we saw the word bearers fight the Imperial Guard of the Cadian 404th. Today, we're in the capital city of Magna Graecia. I just made that up off the top of my head. That sounds kind of weird. Magna Graecia, maybe? That probably sounds better, doesn't it? Should have edited this out by now, but I probably won't, will I? Now that I've said it. See, every time someone says I should edit this out, they never do they, in videos? I suppose I better do the same. Although I suppose if they did, you'd never know, would you? So, we didn't get far into this one without going off on a tangent, did we? Well, we're in the capital city, and specifically, we're in the Mausoleum District. So basically, what I want you to imagine, what you see before you here is kind of like Central Park in New York. Imagine that. You've got a city surrounding a large kind of rural area, sort of like grassy with trees and stuff like that. And in this entire district, you have lots of old temples and mausoleums and tombs and graveyards and things, because this is where the honored dead of this world, well, of this subsector really, are brought to brought and laid to rest here, essentially. The honoured dead of the Imperium are brought here after they die, and memorials are erected to fallen soldiers and heroes and saints and things like that. And here specifically, we have the Church of Saint Sebastien. And the Church of Saint Sebastien is important because it is used as a very small outpost of the Adepta Sororitas. And as a result, it has a very small void shield, which essentially means that enemy artillery and orbital bombardments have absolutely decimated the rest of the Mausoleum District. As you can see, it's all in ruins, with the exception of the Church of Saint Sebastien, which is defended by Sisters of Battle of the Order of the Divine Hammer. They'll be defending this place today against the horrific forces of the heretics known as the Word Bearers, and their demonic allies, because it's them that are assaulting this place and corrupting this place. And, well, it's going to be an interesting battle today, folks, because, well, for a couple of reasons. One, it's going to be the debut of the Order of the Divine Hammer on the channel, my Sisters of Battle order that I've painstakingly built and painted over the last however many months. And in addition to that, we're going to be using some more special rules as well. I had a really good fun time last time in the Orcs vs Space Marines bat rep using the White Dwarf rules for deserts. Today, we're going to be using some more custom battlefield rules for a mausoleum sector, like the one we're in today. A place where the veil between reality and the warp has grown thin, and the voices and spirits of the dead can be audibly heard whispering and shrieking and screaming from beyond the grave, turning this entire area into a living, waking nightmare. With all the wonderful side effects of that, we'll have some of them benign for one side or the other, some of them obviously quite horrendous and horrific and damaging to morale at the very least. It's quite interesting indeed. So, more custom fancy rules. It's going to be heretics versus Sisters of Battle, which is always just such a good matchup. Word Bearers versus Sisters is never, ever, ever, ever going to get old for me. I could watch those two go at it all day. Phrasing. Let's go look at the army, shall we? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Order of the Divine Hammer. This is the Order of Battle Sisters that I have been busily creating behind the scenes. If you watch my hobby vlog videos, you'll be quite familiar with them already, I think. However, if you haven't, here they are. It's a custom Order of Battle Sisters I made myself with their own scheme, and their own name and so on and so forth. The Order of the Divine Hammer. They are an order of battle sisters that, in addition to being warriors, they are also builders and artisans. They specialize particularly in city fights and siege warfare, either attacking or defending fortresses. It is led today by Canoness Justinia Thrawn here, who wields the Divine Hammer for which the Order gets its namesake, this relic hammer here, this sort of relic of the Dark Age of technology, this special hammer. It counts as a blessed blade, but in addition, what the hammer does, and it's wielded by one canoness every generation who's proven herself the most worthy. In this case, it happens to be Justinia, and what the hammer does is it projects a powerful force field around the wearer, the wielder. And to represent this, I've basically used a few rules in the codex. So the first thing is, the rules for the entire order that I'm using are the Order of the Valorous Heart. And the rules for that basically gives them everybody a 6-up feel no pain, which is nice. 6-up ignore wounds. And also, all enemy weapons attacking them with AP -1 are considered to be AP nothing, which is quite nice. If they're within 6 inches of a magifier with the appropriate tail of the I forget what it's called, the one that gives you the same ability, they instead increase it to being able to ignore AP -2 and 1. Incidentally, this is an magifier here, but we'll get to her in a minute. However, in addition to that, she has the Warlord trait, Impervious to Pain, which gives her a 5-up ignore wounds instead of its usual 6-up ignore wounds. She has a relic called the Iron Surplus of somebody or other. Gives her a 2+ armor save, and she can't be wounded on a roll of a 1, 2, or a 3, so the best you can ever wound her on is a 4+. She also has a 4+ invulnerable save from her Rosarius, like all canonesses do, and the combination of these different rules basically is the ones I'll probably always use for her, and that's basically to represent the fact that she has this incredible relic hammer that projects a powerful force field around the wielder. So that's Canoness Justinia. She's leading the army today. With her hammer, she'll be getting up front, hopefully to smash some heretics in the face, because she's really rather good at it. She is accompanied by a few other characters. One here is this lady here. She is an Imagifier. Now, and she carries, specifically, the banner of Morgan's Reach here, which is the world from whence these ladies hail. They have loads of outposts and abbeys and stuff across the sector, but their headquarters is based on the planet of Morgan's Reach, a planet which some of you who've been watching this channel for a while will be familiar with. But anyway, she carries this banner. I use her as an Imagifier, and essentially projected around her is a bubble of about 12 inches, I think, in which ordinarily, for the rule that you can select one of 3 rules for these Magifiers. The one I've selected is the one that gives everyone nearby the ability to ignore AP -1, but because they're all Valorous Heart, they're going to ignore AP -2. And the reason I went with Valorous Heart, by the way, is again to represent the fact that they are artisans and craftswomen, and they maintain and construct their own power armor and stuff. They're sort of if you're a Space Marines fan, imagine these ladies being kind of like a combination of the Imperial Fists and the Salamanders. They kind of have that whole sort of siege warfare building thing going on, but also the whole sort of Forge Master artisan thing going on as well. But that's why I chose Valorous Heart, basically to represent that. And yeah, I've also made this lady a heroine in the making, spending a command point before the battle begins to basically give her a Warlord trait as a character, in addition to the Canoness, who is the actual Warlord. And the Warlord trait I've given her is Beacon of Faith, because specifically I like to think that the banner itself is the Beacon of Faith as opposed to really her herself. So, it's a sacred icon around which the other sisters can rally, and from which they draw strength, spiritual strength, mental, psychological strength, etc. It's Beacon of Faith to them. Basically what it means is I'll gain a faith dice at the beginning of a miracle dice, a faith point miracle dice, whatever we're calling it, at the beginning of every turn. Now, miracle dice are a thing with Sisters of Battle that I will try and briefly explain now. Basically, at the start of each battle round, and for a whole bunch of other reasons we'll get into as we play through the game, you gain miracle dice. And what miracle dice are, you take a dice, you roll it, and you put it to one side, and throughout the game, once per phase, you can use that dice and substitute it in place of rolling a dice. So if you need to hit with a weapon, and you've got a miracle dice that you rolled with, which is a 6 sat onto one side, you can say, right, I'm going to use that 6 to make my weapon automatically hit. That's basically the way miracle dice work. You can use it for hit rolls, advanced rolls, I think charge rolls, to hit rolls, which I think I already said, armor saves, that kind of thing. There's a list of the things you can and can't use them for, which I can never honestly remember, to tell you the truth. But hey, anyway, ordinarily you get one at the start of each battle round, and also for things like destroying an enemy unit or passing a morale test on a roll of a 1 or something. But this lady with the Beacon of Faith will allow me to get an additional miracle dice at the start of each of my turns instead of just the start of the battle round, which is nice. Additionally, we have a Hospitaller, who is a medic, basically. She's not actually of the Order of the Divine Hammer. Hospitallers are from their own separate orders, but are obviously detached to accompany Imperial forces on the battlefield. She is able to heal the wounds on nearby units, friendly ones, and alternatively, she can bring back a model from a nearby unit within 3 inches or something back from the dead with 1 wound remaining each turn. She can do that once. So she's a medic, just like apothecaries, like medics in the Imperial Guard. It's a similar kind of rule, essentially. Lovely little model, though, the little diorama with the injured battle sister on there. One of my favourite models in the army, this one, really. Next, we have a missionary. This guy is Father Odo. He is a missionary. He is equipped, well, his model is equipped with a pair of hammers, because I used one of the old Warhammer Fantasy Warrior Priests for this guy, and I basically just gave him a holstered pistol to make him look a bit more 40k, as you can see. But mainly just because I love these old Warrior Priest models. And the hammers fit the theme of the army quite nicely. However, he's considered to have a las pistol and a chainsword. And he's a missionary, which means that he has a few special rules, one of which is Zealot. When he charges, or is charged in the first round of combat, essentially, he can reroll his hit rolls. He provides +1 attack to all other Ministorum infantry units, I think, within 6 inches of him. He can stop Ministorum infantry units within 6 inches of him from running away when they fail a morale test. I believe every time a model flees from a morale test nearby him on a roll of a 4+, they don't, they stay. So he bolsters morale a bit like that, which is kind of fun as well. So he's a useful fellow to have around. Next up, we have a unit of 3 Death Cult Assassins equipped with their Power Blades. Death Cult Assassins are not really officially part of the Adepta Sororitas or even the Church, frankly. They're basically just part of one of thousands and thousands of strange death cults scattered across the Imperium, many of them of which are quite heretical, frankly. And they basically believe in worshipping the Emperor through killing his enemies in various stabby, questionable ways. And on this occasion, defending the Church of Saint Sebastien here, a group of death cult assassins have joined the sisters in their quest to defend this holy place and murder lots of heretics. So we have some death cult assassins with us today. They're interesting. They've got a 5-up invulnerable save, 4 attacks each with those power blades of theirs, which are essentially just power swords. They are kind of a bit of a nuisance unit, really. So you throw them at the enemy and the enemy has to deal with them. They're kind of interesting, but they're fun. Right, what else do we have? We have 4 units of Battle Sisters, which is the basic troops choice for a Sisters of Battle. We have... each unit has got a Simulacrum Imperialis, which is basically a Holy Relic banner stick thing, which allows you to use an extra miracle dice on each of these units that's got a Simulacrum every phase, because normally you can only use 1 miracle dice per phase, but on a unit that's got a Simulacrum, you can use another one, if you like. I don't know if they're necessarily really worth the points to take these Simulacrum thingies, but I just do it because they look cool. And I try to make sure every Simulacrum in the army looks slightly different, so they're all a little bit unique, as you can see. So that's fun. I should mention, Oh, man. Ugh. I should probably mention that this is about 1,200 points of Sisters. You're supposed to say that at the start, really, aren't you? Oh, this is 1,200 points of Sisters of Battle. And I totally forgot to do that. Yeah, the army's about 1,200 points. It's an incursion level game, basically. There's no particular reason I picked 1,200 points. I basically just added stuff to the army until I was happy with what I had. And then, that was that. So it's 1,200 points of Sisters. But regardless, I believe this squad here has got two melter guns and the Sister Superior in the middle there, the effective squad leader. She's got a combi melter and a power sword. This squad, we have 2 flamers in it, I believe. Yes, 2 flamers in that squad. This squad of Battle Sisters, we've got... what's in this squad? A flamer and a storm bolter. And this squad here, we've got a Sister Superior with a power sword and 2 storm bolters in that squad as well. So a nice spread of special weapons among the squads. We have over here an Immolator tank, which is a transport. You can transport 6 Battle Sisters in that thing. And it's also equipped with twin Immolation Flamers and a heavy bolter. We have 2 squads of Seraphim, some of the new plastic ones and some of the old metal ones. Each one has a Sister Superior with a plasma pistol and a power sword. The rest of them have their twin bolt pistols, and this squad has 1 sister with twin hand flamers. And last but certainly by no means least, we have a squad of Retributors. We've got a Sister Superior in there who's got a combi flamer and a close combat weapon, which right now is a big gold talisman thing, which I suppose she's going to bonk some heretics on the head with. That's actually the really old Canoness model from back when Sisters of Battle were first released, actually, but I use her as a Sister Superior these days. But yeah, she's got a combi flamer. We have also a heavy flamer, a heavy bolter, another heavy flamer, and a multi-melter in this squad, as well as 3 sisters with bolters just as backup. These girls have a couple of rules. They have one which allows them to move and fire heavy weapons without penalty, which is really sweet. And they have another one which is called Rights of Fire, I think, which adds 4 inches to the range of their heavy flamers. Which basically means nowadays that their heavy flamers have 16 inches range, which is kind of awesome. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to having fun with that. That's a Retributor squad. They should be good fun. I think there's some other nice stratagems you can use with Retributors and stuff. This is my first time ever using the Sisters of Battle on camera, ever in a battle report. I'm going to forget loads of stuff. I forget rules on a good day, but especially when I'm doing a game where I'm trying to remember the rules of 2 armies, because it's a solo battle report. But extra so, because it's my first time using this lot on camera. The sisters have tons and tons of stratagems, and I've never been able to remember them. I'll get the cards out and do my best to try and remember the appropriate ones when it comes up, but yeah, it's going to be hard work. Should be fun though, just need more practice with them really. So there you are, the Order of the Divine Hammer, 1,200 points of Battle Sisters and Friends, by which I mean the Death Cult Assassins and the Missionary. And yeah, they're going to be kicking some heretics' arses as they defend the Church of Saint Sebastien today. Is there anything else I need to really mention? I suppose there's the Seraphim, they are jetpack ladies, as I mean, it's like you can tell just by looking at them, but obviously they can deep strike and probably will do so. They'll be flying around, circling above the battlefield, waiting for the opportunity to get in behind the enemy and outflank them. And yeah, there's also plenty of other special rules that we can get to as they come up. Oh, there is one. Sisters of Battle have their Sacred Rights thing, which is if the entire army is Sisters of Battle and Battleforged, etc. You can roll 2 dice and get 2 randomly, or pick one from the list, and they're basically additional extra bonuses that you get for the army, and they're called Sacred Rights. Now, most of the time I roll randomly for them, but today, just for the sake of making it easier for myself to remember all the rules, I'm going to pick one from the list, and today's Sacred Right is going to be Divine Guidance, which basically means every time I roll a 6 to hit, with I think just ranged weapons, not melee ones, you get an extra AP -1 to the to the enemy armor save, which is pretty cool. So all these bolt guns might be able to pack a little bit of extra punch, particularly since we're fighting Chaos Space Marines today, So, yeah, there we are. Right. Whew. Let's go look at the Chaos. Alright, folks, here they are, roughly 1,200 points of filthy, heretic-worshipping, demon-worshipping scumbags. The word bearers, everybody, with a sizable portion of the demons as part of the army as well. They are led today by Kor Varek, the Dark Apostle. He is one of the 3 main named characters that lead my word bearers army, and of the 3, he is a Dark Apostle, and he is the true believer of the 3. He believes in all this chaos stuff. He truly thinks that he fights on the side of the angels. Never mind the fact that the angels in question all have big pointy horns and sharp teeth and claws and are called things like Bloodletter or Plague Bearer. I'm sure he would argue something along the lines of, but these are spirits of war. Of course they look and sound terrifying because that's their job. They are manifestations of battle, and of course, therefore, they look horrible and scary and pointy and killy. That's a whole rabbit hole that we don't have time to go down today, Kor Varek. I'll debate you some other day. Regardless, here he is with his 2 dark disciples, who I affectionately refer to as the brothers Gribbly, and he's a Dark Apostle. So, his warlord trait today is Demonic Whispers. I need a dice for this, actually. Crap. Where have I put my dice? Hold on. Right, I've got my dice now. His warlord trait is Demonic Whispers. Kor Varek is well versed in the dark arts. He hears the whispers from the great beyond, and they tell him things about the future and how he might manipulate fate to his advantage. And so therefore, before the battle, you roll a d3, and that's how many extra command points the army gets. Nice and simple, really. So here we go. A 1. Alright, well, he gets 1 command point extra, but that is going to be immediately spent, I'm afraid, on making him a member of the Dark Council for 1 command point. That's from the Psychic Awakening book, Faith and Fury, or whatever it's called. And yes, that makes him a disciple of the Dark Council, which means he knows an additional prayer and can recite an additional prayer each battle round. The prayers that he knows are, of course, Dark Zealotry, which is the one that all Dark Apostles get, which means that units within 6 inches can reroll to hit in close combat. In addition to that, he knows Omen of Potency, which, if he gets it off, and it'll be on a 2+ if he's got his Gribbly brothers nearby, and a 3+ otherwise, he gets something like +3 attacks and plus some strength points and stuff. He basically goes Super Saiyan. It's really cool. He knows Omen of Potency, and he also knows Benediction of Darkness, so he can pick a unit within 6 inches of him, and the enemy has a -1 to hit when trying to shoot them, which is quite fun. They become shrouded in darkness as far as the enemy is concerned. That's useful. He has a relic. He has a relic called the Book of the Reviler, which I suppose is the big book on his back. It's kind of why I picked it, really, but it's also very fun. So the Book of the Reviler, what it does is it bestows its arcane secrets upon him, and what we can do is we roll 2 dice on the Chaos Boon table in the Codex, which I've just got off to my left here, and I'll check it in a second. And I re-roll it if I get a double 1 or a double 6, because of the Spawn and Demon Prince results, and you don't want those, as far as this warlord trait is concerned. And basically he gets 2 free Chaos Boons. So let's see, we're going to roll. We get a 2 and a 6. So a 6 is Warp Frenzy, so he has +1 attack. So he has 4 attack space now instead of 3. And the 2... I have to do this. I've done it completely wrong. You roll 2 dice and add them together, and I have to do that twice. So that's actually an 8. So ignore what I just said. He's actually a Blade Master, as it turns out. He subtract 1 from hit rolls that target the character in the fight phase. Okay, so anyone trying to hit him in close combat has a -1 to hit him. Interesting. I guess the Chaos Gods have gifted him with supernatural ability in close combat, perhaps enhanced speed, or the ability to predict the future moves of his opponent or something fun like that. God, I love chaos. They're so much fun. And for a second boon, I've just dropped me dice. Come here, you. I'm being very professional today, aren't I? Oh my goodness. For his second boon... Oh, it's 8 again. Alright, fine. We'll re-roll that because it's a duplicate. It is a 9. Cosmic Fate. Add 1 to all saving throws made for the character. Oh my goodness. Okay, right. So that means he now has a 2+ armor save and a 3+ invulnerable save, because normally he has a 4+ dark sigil save, which is now a 3+. Okay, so to recap, he has a -1 to be hit in close combat, a 3+ invulnerable save, a 2+ armor save. He can power himself up with the Omen of Potency. Basically, Kor Varek is going to be an absolute monster in close combat under the right circumstances. I cannot wait to see if, hopefully, he and Justinia can get into a duel. It's going to be so good. Duel of the Fates is going to be playing in my head the entire time. I hope that happens. We'll see how it goes. But yes, Kor Varek is of course leading the army today because he's Dark Apostle, and who else would want to crush the forces of the Corpse Emperor in their puny chapel but him? He's looking forward to this just as much as I am, I think. Perhaps even more. So yeah, this is going to be fun. Man, the Wordbearers have such good relics. I love it. Their relics and stratagems and warlord traits and things from the Faith and Fury book was so much fun. Anyway, aside from that, the generic Wordbearers Legion trait is they reroll morale tests, which is I have an additional house rule for the Wordbearers, though, which is that they can include demons in their army without losing their Legion trait in the process. So similar to including, including like the Minister and Priest units and the Sisters of Battle army, like the Missionary and the Death Court Assassins, basically. So we have a unit of 20 or so Plague Bearers. I say 20 or so, I just put all the Plague Bearers I had down, which I think is 20. I haven't actually counted them. I think it's 20 though. 20 Plague Bearers. They have a musician and they have a champion who's holding a bunch of heads. And a unit of 20 Bloodletters of Khorne, who have a banner, a sigil or whatever it's called. They have a champion, which is that lad there, and I believe somewhere they've got a musician. Yeah, they've got to do with the horn. The musician gives both of them like +1 to move in advance, I think, or something like that. The sigil for the Bloodletters lets them, if they roll a 1 on a morale test, they get D6 extra Bloodletters back that jump out of the warp to join them, which is kind of fun. That's never happened for me. Entirety of 8th edition, I never rolled a 1 on a morale test for these guys, but hey, you never know. Maybe today, right? We also have a unit of Chaos Space Marines led by a champion who's got a power axe. And does he have a combi weapon on there as well? No, just a regular bolt gun. Okay, cool. We also have a guy with a plasma gun in the squad. We have a guy with a sigil of... what is it? It's a Banner of Vengeance, I think. Gives him +1 leadership. And we're going to melt a gun in the back there as well. And for this battle, as a little bit of an experiment, I've decided to just go ahead and give all the Chaos Space Marines +1 wound, because Games Workshop still haven't done that. For reasons that utterly baffle me. Games Workshop still hasn't updated Chaos Marines to get the extra wound that Loyalists do. So I'm just going to do it in this battle and we'll see how we get on. Yeah. So they've all got +1 wound, so all these Chaos Marines have 2 wounds each. And we have some Terminators over here, who of course will therefore have 3 wounds each. We've got 5 Terminators, led by a champion who's got a Chain Fist and a Combi Melter. They're all WYSIWYG, these guys, but what you see is a bit weird in some cases, I suppose. We've got 1 Terminator with a Combi Bolter and a Power Sword. We have 1 Terminator over here with a Combi Flamer and I believe that's a Chain Fist. Yes, indeed. We have a... Chain Fists are different now, aren't they? I need to double check the rules for those, because I think Chain Fists changed in 9th edition. We have a Terminator with a pair of Lightning Claws. And we have a Terminator with a hammer that will probably count as a Power Fist, I believe, today. And a Combi Melter. And these 5 Terminators will be almost certainly riding in that Land Raider right there. This Chaos Land Raider belonging to my word bearers. I'm sure if you've watched this channel before, you've seen this thing plenty of times before. It's a wonderful bit of kit, the Land Raider. I love it. Not the spikiest Chaos Land Raider you've probably ever seen, but the reason for that is because when I built that thing, I needed to be able to transport it in a case without it getting stuck and broken all the time. So it doesn't have a lot of spikes on it, unlike my Black Legion Land Raider. But anyway, nevertheless, they'll be riding in that Chaos Land Raider, which is pretty much, standard Land Raider. It's got 2 twin las cannons, twin heavy bolters, no pintle mounted weapons, and that's kind of the lot, really. Oh, except for last but definitely not least, the audience favourite, Stompy the Mauler Fiend, forever making loyalist jam. It's his hobby, Stompy. Oh, Stompy, what a legend this guy is. I could recount the various tales and deeds of his from over the years, but Stompy the Mauler Fiend is wonderful, and he will be joining us today in this assault on the Church of Saint Sebastien. That's the lot. About 1,200 points of heretics and demons, and I'm looking forward to playing with them. There is one further thing to note, however, and that is in addition to the house rule about demons being able to join the army without losing the Legion trait, I am also going to be using 8th edition style narrative demon summoning, so I won't have to pay reinforcement points to summon demons, which means that Kor Varek, being the only character in the army, will be able to summon additional demons as the game progresses. I will try to exercise restraint with this. I will do it as I feel is narratively appropriate. And additionally, I'm going to tweak the rules for being allowed to summon demons in the first place. Because as it currently works, and I do believe this is going to change, I reckon, in 9th edition when the Chaos Codex finally comes out. But as it currently works is to summon demons, basically you stay still, you don't move for a turn, and then you roll your dice to summon demons, and then you summon them. And then you can do what you want for the rest of the turn. I'm going to treat it instead as if you're performing an action as per the 9th edition core rulebook, and I think the basic way this works, and this is the way I'm going to play it, is essentially he can move if he wants to. He can move, he can recite one of his prayers at the start of the battle round, but if he wants to summon demons, he can't do anything else for the rest of the turn. He cannot shoot, he cannot charge, he cannot fight in close combat. He can move, but he can't do anything else, because I feel like, honestly, summoning demons should be a thing that occupies an awful lot of your attention, really. I don't feel like you should be able to shoot and fight and charge enemy units in the same term as summoning a bunch of demons. So he will be able to move, but he won't be able to do anything else if he wants to summon some demons. So yeah, that's the way it's going to work. And yeah, he will be able to summon more demons as the battle progresses. And the reason for that really is because I like it. It's very word-bearer-ish being able to summon demons. And they have a special stratagem for it as well, which allows them to negate some of the mortal wounds potentially you can get on yourself for summoning demons. And yeah, I want to be able to do it. And to tell you the truth, I mean, I'm no expert on this, so I could be totally wrong, but I have kind of eyeballed the two armies, and I feel like the Sisters of Battle, on paper at least, look a bit stronger than the Chaos, if I'm totally honest with you. So I have done things like we're going to be able to summon demons, and also the Chaos Marines have an extra wound, and we're going to see how that plays out. It's a solo battle report, so I'm not playing against a human who I'm worried about upsetting with unbalanced rules. It's just against me. And I feel that these house rules of mine are narratively appropriate, so let's give them a bit of a beta test, shall we? Let's see how we get on. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it. I've talked about the Relic and Warlord trait and everything else. Yeah, that's good. Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's go look at the deployment and the mission rules, because there are fancy rules today from White Dwarf, as I mentioned. Okay, folks, this is today's mission. We're back with the open war cards again because they're great. Today's objective is storm their lines. Braving the guns of the enemy, courageous warriors must charge across no man's land to overrun the enemy position over the bodies of their fallen brethren, because of course here today there is a big stretch of no man's land in the middle of the table, and both sides will be looking to, well, the Chaos are looking to attack. The Sisters of Battle will be looking to counter-attack. and try and push the Chaos forces back into the ruins and away from the Church of Saint Sebastien. So, after determining deployment zones, starting with the Defender, this is our deployment zones, by the way. We've got sort of table corners, which I have, as you'll see in just a second, tweaked ever so slightly. Each player alternates placing objective markers until 6 have been set up. Blah, 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 blah. At the end of each of your turns, each player scores 1 victory point for each objective marker within their own deployment zone that they control, and 2 for each objective marker within their opponent's deployment zone that they control. The player with the most victory points at the end of the battle is the winner. So, basically, you can take some save points for controlling the ones in your own deployment zone, but really, the real prize is breaking through to the enemy lines and taking their objectives. So, this is the battlefield. Now, I tweaked the angles of the deployment zones a little bit so that the sisters would be kind of deploying in line with the church, essentially. And I've therefore tweaked the Chaos deployment to sort of match up similarly as well. So as you can see, the sisters have deployed thusly. Their 3 objectives are this one here, which sort of guards the entrance to this little ammo dump at the back here, which currently is being sat on by an immolator. That is ready to come out from around that corner, and inside the immolator we have the Death Cult assassins and the missionary, Father Odo, ready to burst out of that thing and start chopping up some foul chaos spawn. In the centre, at the entrance of the church itself, we have the Imagifier with the Banner of Morgan's Reach, we have Canoness Justinia, and we have a squad of Battle Sisters regarding the actual doors themselves. On the left flank we have Retributors, another squad of Battle Sisters, and the Hospitaller Medic guarding the next objective, because that right there is a coolant relay pipe that goes into the church and helps maintain the void shield generator that is protecting this church. And essentially the void shield generator on this church it's like a parasol, it's like an umbrella over it, which is protecting it from incoming artillery as well as orbital fire as well, which is why it's remained unscathed, unlike the rest of the Mausoleum District here. It does mean that the Chaos Forces will be able to shoot across like this on the rest of this battlefield, but it does mean that heavy artillery and orbital strikes can do nothing here until that void shield generator is dealt with or the church is destroyed. So essentially what the Chaos will be looking to do is either get past the church and around the side here to this ammo dump, maybe detonate some of the explosives there, blow up the church. Alternatively, they may wish to storm the church itself by going in through the front doors, because that's where the 3rd objective is there. I've placed it up on it there so you can see it, but really it's the doors down there. And additionally, you've got the coolant pipes, which are armoured, so you couldn't blow them up by shooting them, but there is a control console on the other side there, so if the Chaos Forces could get around there, they could shut off the coolant and cause the void shield generator to overheat, in which case it would automatically shut down and then kablooey from orbit or from artillery or whatever. So 3 distinct objectives there with a little narrative behind each of them, which is always nice. On the Chaos side, we have on the right flank big blob of plague bearers ready to march up the field across no man's land and soak up loads of incoming fire, because the word bearers, they might be chaos worshippers, but they don't hold lesser demons in any particularly high regard. They are meat shields, they are sort of infinitely respawnable cannon fodder, and that's exactly what the word bearers use them for. So you've got the plague bearers over here on the right flank. We have Stompy in this ruin, and these ruins are going to count as obscuring per the 9th edition terrain rules, so you can't see through these. Units actually on them will be able to shoot out and be shot at, but Stompy here in the middle behind this, but not on it, he cannot be seen right now. He's hidden away in these ruins where the sisters can't shoot him. I like to imagine he's being held in reserve, so at the right moment he can go charging forth to destroy the enemy. But I imagine, like right now, he's being held down by some chains and stuff, being held down by a bunch of slaves or something, until they're given the order to unleash the monster and let it go. So Stompy is there for now. We have the Land Raider in the middle, containing the Terminators. We have, should be noted as well, a middle objective there, an objective here, and an objective in that ruin building over here. Nothing so narratively specific as these ones over here, just really there to represent the fact that the sisters will be wanting to, if they can, push the Chaos Forces back and get into the ruins over here where their forward operating positions are essentially based. There'll be slaves running backwards and forwards with ammunition through here and all sorts of things. So they want to be able to overrun that and start pushing the heretics back, which is why they've got 3 objectives placed amongst these ruins. We've also got the Chaos Marines and Kor Varek with his brothers Gribbly deployed at the back there, and a big blob of bloodletters ready to swarm forward again across no man's land. We'll see how far they get, and if they are all destroyed, of course, Kor Varek will just summon some more, I believe is his plan. However, it's going to be an interesting conundrum because, Kor Varek is himself quite a powerful asset on the battlefield. It's particularly in this game with his prayers and his chaos boons that he has, So you're going to have to make a choice at some points whether I want to use him to summon demons in a turn or whether I want to use him to actually fight. So we'll see. Regardless, though, that is the setup. However, that's not all. As I've mentioned already, this is the Mausoleum District, and we are using some custom fancy White Dwarf rules for the Mausoleum District. So let's have a little look at those. Alright, we're back in the January edition of White Dwarf again. We're in the Martyr's Rest Mausoleum District. Not every soul of those buried in the mausoleums rests easy. Terrified screams and dying cries continue to clutter Vox communications of those who enter the district. Even those at peace cause problems in their own way. The sanctified blessings on tombs affect the psychic powers of those nearby. And there isn't anybody on the table right now with psychic powers, although of course we could end up summoning a demon that has psychic powers. That's a distinct possibility. Spirits of the Dead. Before the battle, after determining who the attacker and defender will be, the attacker rolls 1d3 and consults the table below to determine the state of the entombed souls. Every unit on the battlefield gains the corresponding ability. Let's roll a dice. It's a 1 on the d3, so Steeled Spirits, no effect. A little bit dull, but there it is. Sanctified Blessings. Before the battle, after determining who the attacker and defender will be, the attacker rolls 1d3 and consults the table below to determine what blessings were placed on the structures in this district. Every area terrain feature on the battlefield gains the corresponding ability. Alright. What do we got? 1 again, really? Inscribed with benedictions. Add 1 to deny the witch test taken for units within this terrain feature. In a battle with no psychers. How annoying. You know what? I'm going to roll that again. This is 6 this time. What do we got? So, Quietening Consecration. Each time a priest model within this terrain feature rolls for their priest ability, e.g. to see if a Space Marine Chaplain's litany is inspiring or a Chaos Space Marine's Dark Apostle's prayers are heard, add 1 to that roll. Okay, cool. So basically, Kor Varek, as long as he's in an area terrain feature, he will be able to add 1 to his priest rolls. So basically, even if he doesn't have his Dark Disciples with him, he'll still be doing his prayers on a 2+. So that's interesting. Okay. And then Voices in the Darkness. At the start of each battle round, the player who is taking the first turn rolls 1d6, consults the table below to see what effect the Voices of the Dead have on the communications network of the 2 armies. That effect lasts until the end of the battle round. Well, might as well do it now since I'm playing both armies. 1 again. Resonant Psalms. Add 3 inches to the range of all units' aura abilities to a maximum of 9 inches. So, Resonant Psalms. The spirits of the dead rally in defense of the Sisters of Battle, one assumes, really, because they're the ones with the aura abilities on most of their units. So the Imagifier and Canoness Justinia and the Hospitaller and stuff like that. The spirits of the faithful Imperial Dead marshal against the foul spirits of chaos arrayed against them in this place where the veil between realities grows thin. Very, very nice. Alright, that'll be an effect for the first battle round. So, with deployment and the rules out of the way, folks, let's do this. Who's going to go first is the question. So, I'll do a roll-off. Do the sisters first. A 3. And the forces of chaos also get a 3. Okay. Sisters again. Another 3. Chaos. 2. The Sisters of Battle will seize the initiative today, and they will fire the opening shots on this battlefield here at the Church of Saint Sebastien, buoyed on by their faith, by the banner of Morgan's Reach, by the church itself, and by the chorusing spirits of the honoured dead in this place. Oh boy, I'm looking forward to this. Alright folks, battle round 1, Sisters of Battle turn 1. Well, first things first, actually, with the sisters, before I do any movement or any of those shenanigans, we actually need to do some miracle dice. Now, we'll generate 1 at the start of the battle round as per usual, and we'll generate an additional 1 at the start of this turn because of the Banner of Morgan's Reach, the Magifier, being a beacon of faith. So, here we go. What do we get? We have a 2 and a 5, looks like, yep. I use my special fancy Adepta Sororitas dice from GW. They're very pretty, but also very difficult to read sometimes. For reference, I think the skull there is supposed to be I treat it as a 6, the skull, and I treat the one big fleur-de-lis there as a 1. But GW dice, man. Anyway, they look nice as miracle dice. So we've got a 5 and a 2 to add to the miracle dice pool. And now, let's do the movement. Alright folks, here we stand at the end of turn 1 Sisters movement phase. The following's happened. These Retributors have stayed where they are behind the pipe there. The Hospital has moved up slightly, and this squad of Sisters have hopped over the pipes to move forward a bit closer to the enemy, the great enemy over there. At the front of the church, this Battle Sister squad is moving out from behind these crates, and the Magifier and the Canoness are slowly shuffling along with them. Bit of a traffic jam of models there, I'm afraid. Over on this side, on the left flank of the Sisters, the Immolator has moved straight up the gut through here, did an advance roll to try and get within Immolation Flame range of those Plague Bearers. However, rolled a 1 on the advance roll, so can't fire the Heavy Bolter, and now unfortunately, it's not in range to shoot with the Immolator Flamers either. So that Immolator won't be doing any shooting. I'm not sure what happened there. Perhaps they hit a piece of debris or rubble or something that slowed them down a lot more than they thought it would. But with an advanced roll of 1, that Immolator is not going to be shooting anything at all this turn. Oh dear. This squad of Battle Sisters has moved up behind the Immolator, using it as cover, presumably. And this leftmost squad of Battle Sisters has moved into this ruined outbuilding. They got a fantastic advanced roll of 6, but have been slowed down somewhat by the ruins and the craters. This squad, incidentally, behind the Rhino, also advance in order to get up there too. And that's how things look, a pretty straightforward movement phase. Just trying to move forward and occupy a few more of these defended positions here before the Chaos Forces arrive. Get a few more guns in range, etc., you know. I should mention, I forgot to mention them in the deployment bit, but the 2 squads of Seraphim are still in reserve, flying across over the battlefield, ready to drop down and harass the enemy's back line at some point, I'm sure. But for now, the Seraphim remain in tactical reserve until they deep strike in, possibly in turn 2. We don't really know. We'll see. So, we're going to jump straight into the shooting phase, and we're going to begin with these Retributors down here. Retributor squad that have remained behind the pipes. Now, strictly speaking, those pipes are slightly too tall for them to see over. However, what I could have done is move them on top of the pipes, but I'm not going to do that because the trying to balance these old metal models on top of a pipe like that is a recipe for disaster. So that's not happening. They're a victim of the scale creep, basically, because the newer, taller plastic sisters can see over the pipe, like that Hospitaller, but the shorter metal ones cannot. So I'm just going to say that they can. I'm sure there'll be no objections to that, and if there are, sod off. It's my 40k, not yours. So yeah, we're going to start with the Retributors end immediately right out the gate. I'm going to spend 2 command points on Storm of Retribution. A nimbus of glory surrounds the Retributors as they unleash the full fury of their vengeance on their enemies. Now, the effect of the Flamers will be wasted on this because the Flamers are currently out of range, both of them. However, what it will allow me to do is add 1 to the hit rolls of the Heavy Bolter, which is, okay, but here's the big one. Until the end of the phase, you can add 12 inches to the range characteristic of multi-melters in the unit. When resolving an attack made with a multi-melter by a model in that unit, also add 1 to the damage roll. Now, remember, in our Miracle Dice pool, we have a 5, which with that stratagem we can turn into a 6. Additionally, we can fire it at 36 inches of range instead of just 24, which means that the enemy Land Raider over there is suddenly in multi-melter range, and I could potentially do 6 damage to it. Worth a go, wouldn't you say? So let's go ahead and do that straight away, shall we? Okay, I tend to summarize a lot of the dice rolls on my battle reports on this channel because I find it a bit dull to watch every single one, and it makes the battle reports way longer than they need to be. However, traditionally, the first shots of the game always get thrown on the camera. So, yeah, we're going to start with the Heavy Bolter in the Retributor squad, shooting at those Bloodlayers. And you got a 2 because of the stratagem, and rerolling 1s because they are in range of the Canoness's reroll bubble, thanks to the chanting Spirits of the Dead. So we have a reroll 1, excellent 3 hits, 2 wounds. The Bloodletters will have their demonic and vulnerable saves, of which they make 1. 1 Bloodletter is exploded by the blessed, holy Heavy Bolter shots. Then we have the Multi-Melter, and Multi-Melters fire 2 shots these days in 9th edition, which is lovely. These will hit on a 2+. Thanks to the stratagem, rerolling that 1 because of the Canoness. Now, this is Strength 8 versus Toughness 8, so this will wound on a 4+. This is the tricky bit, admittedly, and I might be tempted to use a Miracle Dice here for one of these, but I'm going to see if I can save it for the damage roll, because statistically speaking, we should pass and fail one of these each. So one shot should get through. We'll see what happens, though. Oh dear. The Emperor is not with you, I am afraid. Alas, I should have used the Miracle Dice, but there it is. 3 will not cut it against a Land Raider with Toughness 8. So we'll try again next time. Possibly a waste of 2 command points. Yeah, maybe. But it was worth a try. Okay, yeah, getting some early damage in on the Land Raider would have been a boon for the sisters, for sure. Particularly since things didn't go quite that way with the Immolator over there. Well, regardless, let's do the rest of the shooting, and the rest of the shooting is basically going to consist of incidental bolter fire from whichever battle sisters are actually in range to shoot stuff. So I will come back to you really with the results of all of that, basically. Alright, well that was even quicker than I thought it would be. There are a grand total of 4 sisters in range with their bowguns that could fire. They all did, and they killed a single Bloodletter. That is it. That is all. And that concludes pretty much the sisters' turn too. The demons do technically have a morale test to take. They can't possibly fail it over there after losing only 2 guys. But remember, they've got that fancy banner, so if they roll a 1... No, okay, they're fine. But if they'd roll a 1, they would have got extra Bloodletters, which would have been... Oh dear. Yeah, so... Okay. That's basically the end of the sisters' turn. They have no charges or fighting to do. And so, therefore, we shall move over to the foul heretics of the Wordbearers for their turn 1. Well, here's the first rules flub of the game that I've noticed so far. I forgot that at the start of the battle round is when you do the Chaos Priest prayers, not at the start of their actual turn. You do it at the start of the battle round. So basically, at the start of the sisters' first turn, I should have rolled to see if Kor Varek's prayers go off. So he's a disciple of the Dark Council, so he can do 2 prayers. So one is going to be Benediction of Darkness, which does go off. That's going to be on the Land Raider. So the Land Raider now has a -1 to hit on it retroactively, which means that, well, luckily, no damage was done to it in the shooting last turn. Otherwise, that might have been called into question retroactively there. But the Land Raider nevertheless has a -1 to hit on it. And For his second prayer, now his other two prayers are Dark Zealotry and Omen of Potency, which at the moment are not stupidly relevant because he's nowhere in close combat range. But we'll do it anyway. Let's do Dark Zealotry, shall we? Give everybody nearby him a reroll to hit in close combat, which does go off thanks to his Dark Disciples, the Brothers Gribbly. So there we go. The Land Raider has a -1 to hit, and the Chaos Marines around him can re-roll their hit rolls in close combat. Not that they're going to be in close combat anytime soon. There it is. Anyway, let me go do the movement now. Alright folks, here we are. Movement has occurred, and yes, pretty much stuff has moved forward. A very, very complicated and exciting tale, I know. The demons have surged forth. Now the Bloodletter's got a massive advance roll of 6, which became a 7 because they add 1 thanks to the Hornblower dude at the back there. So they moved a total of 13 inches over here with their advance roll. Obviously they won't be doing any charges, but they've covered a heck of a lot of ground quite quickly there, which is great news for them, I suppose. The Land Raider has shuffled up behind them. The Death Star, so to speak, has cleared the planet, and it can now fire its las cannons at that immolator. Poor immolator. I think it might be a casualty of new model syndrome, that thing, very, very soon. We'll see what happens, though. The Chaos Marines in Kor Varek have moved forward over here to make sure Objective 4 is secured. Stompy is remaining chained back in the ruins here by the slaves because we're not ready to commit him just yet. We want to make sure we can try and deal with some of the threats to him before we send him in, you see. Because, for example, over here on this left flank for the sisters, they have 3 melter guns in that squad. Well, 2 melter guns and a combi melter. So they would be extremely bad news for Stompy were he to start running out and charging off in this general direction towards them. So what we'd like to do, if we can, is try and get these plague bearers over there to tie up, at the very least, that melter squad and make sure that they can't fight Stompy, and then Stompy we will bring forth and unleash in subsequent turns when we've whittled down the sisters a little bit and they are in less of a position to fight off a rampaging Mauler Fiend. That's the plan anyway. We're holding him in a sort of tactical reserve, not actual tactical reserve, which now I think about it might have been a good idea, but no. He's being held back in the ruins there, and as a result, the Objective 5 over there is being secured as well. So I should mention, actually, the sisters did get 3 points at the end of their turn, 1 for each of their objectives in their own backfield, and the Chaos Forces will get 3 at the end of their turn because they're holding all 3 right now. So that brings us to the shooting phase, and, well, you know, I mentioned the Land Raider. Let's go ahead and do it, shall we? I'm going to fire the twin heavy bolters at this Retributor squad over here because they are certainly a problem that needs to be dealt with. So, however, they do have some things going for them, these sisters here behind the pipes. One is they're in cover. 2 is, thanks to the chanting Spirits of the Dead, they are in range of the banner of Morgan's Reach, which means that they're ignoring up to AP -2 on incoming weapon shots on them, which means that they'll get a 2+ armor save even against a twin heavy bolter. But we've got to give it a go. So, twin heavy bolters on them. The 4 las cannons, well, the 2 twin las cannons rather, will be firing at that immolator. Hopefully it will explode in a glorious fireball. It will be lovely. We'll see what happens. I should mention as well that the Plague Bearers did not advance, because I'm hoping that maybe if I don't kill the Immolator with the Land Raider, that they can get off a charge against it and get some additional movement up the field that way. It would be a 10-inch charge, but it becomes a 9-inch charge, thanks to the magical flute-tooting Plague Bearer over there, you know, girding them on. So, we'll see. Maybe I should advance with them, but I'm making a gamble here, and gambling is what Chaos is all about, so hooray. Let's do this then. 6 shots from the twin heavy bolter at these Retributors. We have 4 hits, No way of re-rolling this. We don't have a Chaos Lord with us today, just the Dark Apostle. And these will wound on 3s. Okay. And then the sisters will get their 2+ cover saves for this because they ignore the AP on these heavy bolters, thanks to being Order of the Valorous Heart, or whatever it's. The Order of the Divine Hammer is what they're called, but they're using the Valorous Heart rules. And they're in cover, so 2+ saves for them. And they make all of them. Those Retributors are going to clearly be quite difficult to shift. Now, the Twin Las Cannons, which, as I said, will all be firing that immolator. So, hitting on 3s. 3 hits. Wounding on 3s. 3 wounds. This is AP -3. So, the immolator will get a 6-up save. It makes none of them. And this is going to be D6 damage each. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage done to that immolator. I don't think that is quite enough to destroy it, but it's certainly quite badly damaged. There's 3 last cannon shots go shooting into the side of it, punching holes in through there, but luckily for the immolator crew, clearly not hitting anything totally fatal just yet. Serious damage inflicted though. There's lots of flames coming out that thing, and perhaps it's only a matter of time before it explodes in a fireball, considering how much liquid promethium is on board that thing. We'll see though. I got a bit ahead of myself there. I jumped straight into the shooting when I forgot that actually summoning happens at the end of the movement phase, and I am going to do some summoning. The Wordbearers will be spending 1 command point on their Stratagem Dark Pact, which means that they can re-roll any of the dice for their summoning roll, and they won't suffer any mortal wounds for doubles or triples. I think it's doubles or triples, yeah. So, we're going to summon in the name of Nurgle, I think. Let's see what we get. We roll a 6, 7, 8. So I can summon, or Kor Varek rather, can summon a unit of 8 power level or less. Let's have a little look in the box of horrors and see what we can find. Well, folks, the corpses of the nearby fallen dead are drawn together into a swirling vortex in the middle of this crater, and together there they coalesce and mutate and warp before the very eyes of the mortals who dare to look upon this blasphemous ritual. And together, the mound of festering corpse flesh becomes a Demon Prince of Nurgle, everybody. For 8 power level, we could get a Demon Prince of Nurgle. And he has now appeared, summoned within 9 inches of Kor Varek. Lovely. Please excuse the square goblin green base. I haven't got around to redoing it just yet, but I figured for 8 power level it was too perfect not to. So he's got a Malefic Talon and a Hellforged Sword, and additionally he is going to have a random psychic power because he is a Demon Prince of Nurgle, and they're here. And I figured in the true spirit of chaos, why not roll a d6 for it to see which power he gets? So allow me to put the book down for a second. Very professional this, I know. There we go, right. What do we get? 5. Virulent Blessing. It has a warp charge value of 7, Nurgle's number. If manifested, select a friendly Nurgle demon unit within 8 inches of the Psyker. Add 1 to wound rolls made for that unit in the fight phase. Furthermore, wound rolls of 7+ made for that unit in the fight phase inflict double damage. Okay, so he can buff either himself or perhaps those Plague Bearers over there or anything else Nurgle that we happen to summon. And yeah, he'll add 1 to his wound rolls, and wound rolls of a 6, effectively, because it become a 7, thanks to the +1, will inflict double damage. So that's nice. Not the best power he probably could have gotten, but hey, that's chaos for you. That's just what we happen to get today. So, we have a Nurgle Demon Prince. Pretend that happened at the end of the movement phase, and now let's jump back to the shooting phase. One other thing I should mention, because he's a Nurgle Demon Prince, he does have Disgustingly Resilient, so he can ignore damage on a 5+. Yeah, That's all, everything. And I was about to say let's go back to the shooting phase, but there's nothing else to shoot with. All these Chaos Marines are out of range with their weapons, and these demons don't have any guns to speak of. They just sort of, the only ranged weapon they have at this point is foul language. So imagine there's plenty of that going on, but no actual proper shooting, I'm afraid. So, charge phase. These Plague Bearers over here, as I said, they need a 10-inch charge to get into contact with that immolator. And they will certainly give it a go. It's a 10-inch charge, becomes a 9-inch charge thanks to the flute player. And I believe the Sisters of Battle player will probably... we'll elect to spend a command point on Overwatch. So you can expect them to be shot at by the flamers, well, the immolation flamer and the heavy bolter. So maybe not a terrifically sensible move on the part of the Nurgle demons, but they're Nurgle demons. They're not really sensible. They don't care that they're about to get flamed in the face. They're just going to head onwards, forwards anyway, I think, really. So let's see. Heavy bolter first. Any sixes? No. Here's the fun part, though. It's the immolation flamer. So it's 2d6 auto hits for 8. Strength 5. So winning on 3s against those Plague Bearers. Okay, 4 wounds. And the Plague Bearers have a 5-up demon save. Make one of those. And they have Disgustingly Resilient. So they ignore those on a 5+. So 2 Plague Bearers are now dead. The rest are fine, but do they make the charge? Needing a 9. 5, 6, 7, I'm afraid not. Those Plague Bearers are not going anywhere, and 2 of them have been roasted alive. Well, whatever demons pass for when it comes to alive. But they've been set on fire quite thoroughly, though. That's the main thing. Well, folks, with that failed charge, the turn now passes back to the Sisters as we begin battle round 2. And there's a couple of things we need to do, one of which is Voices in the Darkness. I suppose, I wonder, is this battle taking place at night? I like to think maybe thematically it is. Right, we've got to roll to see what the new effect is. 5. Emboldening Tales, add 1 to combat attrition tests. Okay, alright. Again, the spirits of the dead are urging these combatants onwards with an emboldening tales of past heroes and battles, I suppose. Adding 1 to combat attrition tests, which I guess would mean, assuming 1s always fail on a combat attrition test, it basically means that they won't have a minus in the next battle round to any combat attrition tests from losing half the unit or something. Okay, well, interesting. The other thing, of course, we need to do is miracle dice. We will generate some miracle dice for the Sisters because it's the start of a battle round, and it is the what's name? It's the Beacon of Faith. That's the name of the ability. I had a total brain fart there. Right, Beacon of Faith and the start of the battle round. What do we get? We get a 2 and we get a 1. Yeah. They can be useful for things like morale tests, but that's about all they can be useful for. I shall add them to the pool of miracle dice on the top of the church here. Right, and now I shall commence the movement. Well, it should probably come as no surprise that Canoness Justinia over there with her big golden hammer generally tends to take the view that the best defence against the heretic is a good offence, and so therefore the Sisters surge forward. This squad on the further leftmost flank, with all their melters, are moving out through the ruins and through those craters over here, because they're going to be angling to take down that demon engine that's lurking in the ruins over there at some point. If not, getting some flanking shots into that Land Raider as it moves forward as well. The Immolator has disgorged its passengers. The Death Cult Assassins and Father Odo are leaping into battle against the demon filth, heedless of their own safety, with the Immolator coming up behind them to give some fire support by drenching these Plague Bearers in molten promethium and firing loads of heavy bolter shots at them to boot. before these guys charge in and start trying to hack them to pieces. Meanwhile, these two Battle Sister squads here are moving up to secure the middle, while also remaining within 3 inches of this objective here. And the banner bearer, she's remaining within 3 inches of the front doors of the church in order to make sure that objective is secured. Both sides at the minute sit at 3 points each, and both sides will be wanting to keep it that way. Now, we've managed to position this squad of Battle Sisters just close enough so that she can't be sniped, because I'm sure the forces of chaos would very much like to eliminate this beacon of faith in the anathema over here and weaken the morale of the sisters. But they won't be able to for the moment, not unless they completely wipe out that squad of Battle Sisters first. Anyway, over on the northernmost flank from our perspective right now, the main Battle Sister squad has moved forward to occupy that entrenched position there in front of the demons, and Canoness Justinia herself has moved across to join her Battle Sisters on that flank, because that's probably where she's going to be needed the most, as the bulk of the enemy forces come in to hit there on that left flank here with all their force, with the demons, the Terminators in the Land Raider, the Chaos Marines and everything else. So she's positioned herself over there because clearly that's where her abilities are going to be required. The Retributors have stayed exactly where they are, as has the Hospitaller. And that's the story of the movement phase. We're going to go ahead into the shooting phase now, and I think I'm probably going to start by unloading everything from this immolator straight into those Plague Bearers. So let's start with its Heavy Bolter. Now I believe it's going to be hitting on a 4+ at its current damage bracket. It does hit twice. It does wound once. Demon save is unfortunately made by the Plague Bearers. Now 2d6 for the Immolation Flamers. For 6 shots, or 6 auto hits rather is what I should have said, but hey, these wound on 3+, so we have 4 wounds. Demonic saves, 1 is made. Disgustingly resilient, 2 are made. Only 1 Plague Bearer is killed. Let's take someone away from the front here, because that's where the shots would have landed after all. Okay. Right, a bit disappointing it must be said, but we'll carry on regardless. You'll note the Seraphim still have not made an appearance just yet, still biding their time, waiting for the correct moment to strike, or basically where their reinforcements will be needed the most later on, we shall see, because the Seraphim, they have a stratagem that allows them to do quite a bit of extra damage on the turn that they arrive in, and so we really don't want to waste that opportunity. We want to deploy that at just the right moment, so they can get all that extra damage in right where we need it the most. So the Seraphim are circling above, waiting for the call over the Vox to come screaming down. And that time has not yet arrived. Right, let's move on to some of the other interesting items, which is going to be those Retributors over there, shooting a variety of things, but also the Land Raider with the multi-melter again. Ladies and gentlemen, can you guess what it is I forgot to do? That's right, I forgot Kor Varek's prayers again. So let's do that. Benediction of Darkness, once again on the Land Raider. Does it go off in a 2+? No, it actually doesn't. Goodness me. The other one, of course, will be Dark Zealotry again, I think, which, of course, does go off. The one that wasn't important did go off, and the really important one did not, such as the fickle whims of chaos. That's not good for the word bearers. Right, so backtracking now back into the shooting phase, where Storm of Retribution is being used again for another 2 command points, to add 1 to the Heavy Bolter hit rolls, to add 1 to the Melter hit rolls, to extend the range of the Melter guns, although it doesn't really matter very much, and allowing us to reroll the wound rolls for the Flamers, the Heavy Flamers, which are just in range, thanks to them being 16 inches range, because of the Rites of Fire ability. So, let's do it, shall we? Sorry, I went slightly orky there. I filmed the Orc Bat rep not too long ago, and it's still in the system, apparently. Oh dear. Let's do the multi-melter first at the Land Raider. The Heavy Bolter and the Heavy Flamers will be going into these Bloodletters. So, multi-melter. Let's do this. 2 hits. Need to wound on 4s. 2 wounds this time. Hell yes. Okay, so for damage, well, assuming you don't make your 6+ saves, Mr. Land Raider, which it does not. So for damage, I'm going to use 1 miracle dice. This one, the 5. So 5 plus 1 damage. It wasn't +1 to hit, was it, for the melters? It was +1 to the damage. Sorry. That stratagem has a whole bunch of rules in it. It's kind of tricky to remember. Anyway, so that becomes 6 damage right off the bat, and the other one is 4 damage. Wow. Although, there's a new thing with 9th edition melter guns, isn't there? I don't think we're in half range, are we? Not yet. So I don't think that's going to come into effect, but I think you do extra damage if you're within half range with melters these days. Regardless, though, that's 10 damage on that Land Raider. Probably not enough to kill it, but woof, goodness gracious me, that's a heck of a wallop we just packed into it with a single multi-melter. Alright, next up, let's do that heavy bolter, hitting on 2s and rerolling 1s because of the Canoness, not that we've needed to. Wounding on 3s, 2 wounds, demonic saves are both failed, 2 bloodletters are killed. And then we have both these heavy flamers with D6 auto hits. Oh dear, only for 3. Apparently they weren't quite ready to fire, or the Prometheum tanks were running a little bit low from a previous fight. Regardless, though, we do get to re-roll these wound rolls, on which are 3 pluses, so we can re-roll that. Lovely. 5+ demonic saves, all of which are failed. Another 3 dead bloodletters. There we go. That makes for 5 in total. They'll be having a morale test later for sure. Assuming we don't wipe all of them out with further shooting, which I'm sure the sisters would very much like to do, because next up it's going to be this whole down squad. Oh yeah, and probably most of this one too. Let's do that. Let's level our bolters. Level our storm bolters. Level our flamers. And open fire at the warp spawn never-born scum. Just how many of them will fall, you'll see in a moment. Well, after those 2 squads of Battle Sisters and the Bolt Gun Sisters in the Retributor squad that I forgot, and I also rolled for, the entire Blob of Bloodletters has been sent screaming back to the warp, exploding into puddles of blood all over the place. The front of that Land Raider probably looks like it's been coated with ketchup at this point. But, of course, there's probably plenty more where they came from, so might not have seen the last of them just yet. And we only just managed to take them all out as well. It was the last bolter shot from the last Battle Sister that finally killed the last one. So, it was almost perfection, you might say. Right. Now, we have these 2 Battle Sister squads here, who are going to fire whatever shots they can at those Plague Bearers, I think, in order to try and support the charge of the Priest and the Death Cult Assassins. Well, after another withering volley of bolter fire and melter fire, although all 3 melter guns missed this time, from these Battle Sisters, 6, I can't count apparently, 6 Plague Bearers have been brought down. They passed an awful lot of demon saves and disgustingly resilient saves, so many of them still stand. 6 have fallen. It lands now on the shoulders of Father Odo and the Death Cult Assassins to try and finish off these demonic scumbags as we go into the charge phase now, for all the shooting has been done. This will be an easy charge, and there'll be no Overwatch because demons like that don't have guns. There we go. They're in, and as usual on this channel at the moment, I'm rolling characters and units there next to as one for charge purposes, so that we don't have silly situations where the unit charges and the character stays stood around at the back like he forgot to tie his shoelaces or something. That's a little house rule I'm introducing on this channel that I nicked from Say Hi Paul. When you've got a character next to a unit, you can roll them both at the same time. So, let's remove these and head into the fight phase as we attempt to kill more of this demonic scum. So far, we've done quite well. The Sisters of Battle have not lost a single model yet. It should be noted. Not a single sister has fallen. The Immolator's taken tons of damage, but not a single sister has actually fallen to enemy fire. Meanwhile, we've successfully wiped out one large unit of demons, and we're in the process of doing it again. Now, of course, from the Wordbearer's perspective, that's totally fine. As far as Kor Varek is concerned, that's precisely what the demons are here to do. To die. To soak up all that incoming fire ahead of the main assault. And there's plenty more where they came from, after all. So, here we go. Fight phase beginneth. And let's do the Death Cult Assassins first. Now, they have 4 attacks each, but it's actually going to be 5 attacks each because of Father Odo's presence, you see. So, let me get the dice for this. Alright, here we go. 15 attacks from the Assassins. And they re-roll to hit because they are zealots in the first round of combat. Everything hits. Okay, these are strength 4, these power blades of theirs. So wounding on 4s. Oh, that's a pretty good roll. That's a pretty good roll. Okay. Right, it's AP -3, not that the demons care because they have their 5-up demonic saves. They make 3 of those, and then these are 1 damage each, so 5-up, disgustingly resilient. 3 of those are made. 3 Plague Bearer demons are killed. Well, killed, sent back to the warp. And I think... Do the Chaos wish to interrupt? They might as well. They haven't spent any command points yet so far in this game, mostly because I haven't been able to find a relevant stratagem. That's the wonderful thing about playing as Chaos, or at least as Wordbearers, I suppose. Is no, actually, they did. We spent a command point on Dark Pact. So, yeah, we'll spend 2 command points to interrupt combat here ahead of the Priest. And I think we'll just have all of the Plague Bearers fight a combination of the Assassins and the Priest. So I guess these 2 here will attack the Priest. And the rest of these over here, including the Champion, will attack the Assassins. Let's have them pile in a little bit like that. Let me get the dice. Okay, 8 attacks on the Assassins. These will hit on 4 pluses. And they will wound on 3 pluses, and they can re-roll to wound with these plague weapons, not that they needed to. And the Assassins also have 5-up invulnerable saves to represent their extraordinary agility. And they make 2 of those, 2 fail, so 2 wounds taken by the Assassins. And I actually need to check how many wounds these Assassins actually have. I suspect it's possibly 2 each, but I'm not sure. Well, I'm glad I checked, because I was apparently quite incorrect. They only have 1 wound each, so 2 of the Assassins are killed in turn. And now we have just 2 more attacks on the Priest. Plague Bearers have 1 attack each, and the Champion has 2. Hitting on a 4+, 1 hit, wounding on a 3+. It wounds. The Priest has a 4-up invulnerable save with his Rosarius. I say he's not a priest, he's a missionary technically, but whatever. Father Odo fails his Rosarius save, however, and he does take a wound. Oh, I can reroll that failed wound earlier, actually. I forgot about that. There we go. Yeah, he does pass the second save, though. Right, so he takes Uno wound. I believe he should have 3 left now. I will get him a wound dice just momentarily. And now he can fight back. He has 4 attacks, hitting on a 4+, and he can reroll to hit in the first round of combat because he's a zealot. He doesn't wound a single time, though. He needed a 5+ to wound there. So, bad luck, old boy. 2 of the Assassins are killed. 3 of the Plague Bearers are killed. The combat, it seems, will continue, but there will be a morale test to do first. Now, the Plague Bearers lost, I think, 6, 7, 8, 9 this turn. The question is, will they automatically pass it on the roll of a 1? They won't get any demons back because they don't have an icon of Nurgle or whatever it's called. But a 1 on a morale test always passes in 9th edition, so... No, they don't. So, there are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Plague Bearers remaining. And I could gather these dice off camera, but apparently I'm not feeling that professional today. An Attrition Test. Right, and because of the... what do you call it? Because of the current Spirits of the Dead thing, these will only ever fail on 1s, it looks like to me. Assuming a 1 always fails. I'm not going to look at the fine print on that, but yeah, 5 of the Plague Bearers are disrupted. They blink back out of reality again. 2, 3, 4, 5. And as for the Assassins, if they get a 1 on their morale test, which passes? Well, I say they. The Assassin gets a 1 on her morale test. Right. Okay. Well, that fight phase concluded. A successful turn for the sisters. 2 large blobs of demons almost entirely neutralized. Interesting. Very interesting. And they put a ton of damage on that Land Raider, let's not forget. They put 10 wounds of damage on that Land Raider as well. Things are looking quite good for the sisters, and they still haven't even brought in the Seraphim yet. This is what I was saying when I mentioned earlier at the start of the video that the sisters force definitely looked a bit pokier on paper than the Chaos one did. And so far I think I've been right. But we'll see. We'll see. Early days yet, as we head into turn 2 for the Forces of Chaos. And let's see how Kor Varek tackles the next phase of this assault. Alright folks, it's the end of the movement phase for the Forces of Chaos. The Land Raider. It still contains its Chaos Terminator cargo. It's shuffled forwards, rolled steadily forwards 5 inches because that's as far as it can go at its current damage bracket. The Nurgle Demon Prince has moved and advanced 10 inches over in this direction. Stompy has finally been let loose from his chains, and I've decided to let him go smashing through the side of this ruined building here and straight through there with a big advance roll, getting him within stomping distance of those sisters. He won't be able to charge this turn, but soon. We'll have to contend with some incoming melter shots, though, I'm quite sure, at some point, but we'll see what happens. It's about time he got to go try and stomp something after all, I think. And now this brings us to Kor Varek and his Chaos Marines, who have also moved forward with his Dark Disciples. Now, the thing is, only 1 of the Chaos objectives in the backfield here are being capped right now, so they'll only get 1 point at the end of their turn. However, I think it's reached a point where Kor Varek has decided that he needs to go on the offensive. They need to take some of the sisters' objectives away from them and actually try and secure the church. Simply sitting back on their backfield objectives will not cut the mustard, basically. The best case scenario will be a draw, and he hasn't come here for a draw. He's come here to destroy this foul temple of the anathema. So, 1 more command points being spent on Dark Pact, and we're going to summon again. Now I can reroll any of these dice, which I kind of forgot last time, which was a bit daft of me. I remembered the bit about not taking any mortal wounds for doubles or triples. I forgot I could reroll. This time we've got 13. I'm going to reroll that 3 into a 6. Okay, so 16 power level, and I guess it's going to summon Khorne, I suppose, because I don't have a lot of other Nurgle demons to use, so we're going to summon Khorne this time. I should have mentioned that to begin with, but yeah. 16 power level of Khorne demons. What can we get with that? What can we get with that indeed? Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is my distinct pleasure and delight to inform you that, and pardon my French, but shit just got real. So, I was convinced I couldn't summon a Bloodthirster with that because I was under the impression that Bloodthirsters were 17 power level. And that was certainly originally the case in 8th edition, but I forgot that in 9th edition, GW revised all the power levels across various codexes. And when I was checking in Battlescribe for the rules for something else, I discovered that my Bloodthirster of Unfettered Fury here is now a mere 14 power level. So while momentarily there, the battle looked like it was swaying entirely in the favour of the sisters, who so far have lost only 2 Death Cult assassins this entire game. Ladies and gentlemen, the blood god provides. Alright. Well, he won't be moving or charging or anything this turn because he's just been summoned, but Canoness Justinia. I like to think that she doesn't betray much emotion, but perhaps her eyebrows raise just a tad at the sight of this emerging in an explosion of brimstone and fire as the Dark Apostle at the back there continues chanting. Oh yeah. I think this suddenly got quite interesting. At least I hope so anyway. Right. That's the movement phase and the itty-bitty little summoning phase done. There is actually now a psychic phase thanks to the fact that there is a Nurgle Demon Prince on the table, and he will... well, his one psychic power we gave him isn't much use to him right now. That's the one that allows him to do double damage and stuff in close combat on himself, if he casts it on himself. So instead, he's just simply going to do a smite on the nearest enemy unit that's visible, which is these Battle Sisters here. So he'll be casting that on a 5. And that's a Perils. Well then, the warp giveth and the warp taketh away, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps it's the presence of the Bloodthirster that's really messing with him all of a sudden. But he's just now going to take D3 mortal wounds for 2. So the Nurgle Demon Prince has successfully inflicted 2 wounds on himself. Well done. Well done. Although he is Nurgle, so he has disgustingly resilient, so I suppose... Does he manage to dodge any of those? No, he doesn't. So yeah, he takes 2 wounds from that Perils. And the power fails. Perhaps the presence of the Bloodthirster, perhaps the presence of these holy warriors of the Anathema, who freaking knows, but either way, that Nurgle Demon Prince has a bit of a headache now. Time to begin the shooting phase, and we're going to start with the Chaos Land Raider once again. Now, having observed last time that the gunner's fire was completely ineffective against those Retributors in cover back there, with the aid of the banner, we're not going to bother trying to take them out. We're going to shift the heavy bolt of fire right a bit instead over to, probably those Battle Sisters all the way at the end there. The Land Raider can see them, so he's going to fire at them, and he's going to fire the las cannons in the same general direction at the Immolator in the hopes that it might go kaboom! Although, it's tempting to fire all 4 las cannon shots at these Retributors, actually. But I think we'll just try and make sure that Immolator explodes. So, here's 6 shots at the Sisters on the right flank with the Melters. Hitting on 4s now, because this thing is quite damaged indeed. Wounding on 3s. Oh dear, not very good at all. 1 save to be made by the Sisters, which they do pass because they are of the Order of the Valorous Heart. So therefore, they ignore -1 AP. So, ineffective heavy bolt of fire again. Regardless, now it's time for the las cannons. Again, hitting on a 4+ because it's been damaged. Better. Wounding on a 3+. Better. 6+ saves. Makes 1, fails 2. D6 damage. The Immolator is kaput. It should explode on a 6, I believe. It doesn't. Close, but no cigar. But the Immolator has been wrecked by las cannon fire at last. Well, folks, as the smouldering wreckage of the Immolator burns away merrily over on the right flank, over here on the left, these Chaos Marines are about to open fire. At least the ones I can actually see some targets are going to. There's a small group of them here that can see past this Land Raider and the Bloodthirster. This group of Battle Sisters at the front here, and I'm knocking trees over, apparently. Let's not do that. And they're going to open fire. We've got 3 bolt gun shots to begin with only 1 hit from the 3. It is a wound, though. Of course, these ladies will Are they really in cover? Are they really in cover? I think it would be a bit generous to suggest that they were all in cover there, really. This is the sort of thing you can only get a 5-man squad behind, really. So, no, I don't think they're in cover. They do make their save regardless, though, so fair enough, I suppose. And then we have one plasma gunner shot, which will not be overcharging. Which misses. Yeah. Right, that is, once again, all of the chaos shooting, because they don't have an awful lot of guns. Incidentally, the Bloodthirster's whip actually does count as a ranged weapon, however it has a 9-inch range, and he's not quite close enough to be able to use it. So, hey, what can you do? Right, that brings us to the charge phase, and there aren't actually going to be any charges because Stompy advanced. The Bloodthirster, can he charge in the turn he was summoned? It's a good question. I'm assuming he can, as if he was deep striking. However, you would need a 12. He would need a 12. What has this squad got in it? If they were to retaliate with Overwatch fire. Actually, how many command points have the sisters got at the minute? They've only got 3. I don't think they'd probably take it, would they? Alright, so in that case, we'll have a bash at it. We will try and charge 12 inches with the Bloodthirster to get him up to this barricade, and per the barricade rules, he can fight across there. And, yeah, the sisters will not elect to Overwatch because all they've got is low-strength weapons at the moment. And not very many command points to play with, so... No, it is a 7. Nice try, buddy. Nice try. So, over we go to the fight phase, where I believe it will be the Death Cult Assassin starting next, because in 9th edition, your opponent goes first in your fight phase after all charging units have fought, and there were no charging units this turn. So, we're going to elect to, as Canoness Dave, I'll be electing to pick the Death Cult Assassin to fight first because she's much better than the priest. Sorry, Father Odo, but it's just the truth, man. 5 attacks because Father Odo is there with the power blades. She can't re-roll this turn because it's not the first round of combat anymore, and she'll be wounding on 4 pluses. Only 1 wound, sadly. Do the Plague Bearers make their demonic save? No, they don't. Do they make their disgustingly resilient? No, they don't. So, a Plague Bearer is killed. I might as well kill off the one that she was actually fighting in front of her. That would make the most sense, after all. Then the Plague Bearers. So, let's do a little consolidate here. Like so. There we go. I should note, by the way, that I think technically if you follow the rules to the letter for 9th edition, this guy should have disappeared or something because there's some coherency test stuff in 9th edition. In case it wasn't obvious by now, I pay 0 attention to the coherency test nonsense in 9th edition. It's one of the few things about the core rules of 9th that I don't actually like very much. It's to stop cheesy people from daisy chaining an entire squad right across the table, but since I don't do that, I'm going to ignore the coherency test rules because I don't like the idea of models just completely disappearing because they're out of formation. You know, like a guardsman dropped dead on the spot because he was slightly out of formation with the rest of his squad. Nonsense, we're not doing that. So, right. That will be 4 attacks in total, won't it? Yes, because the champion has 2. And, well, the champion will attack the assassin, the other 2 will attack the priest. So on the assassin, no hits, and the other 2 on the priest, 1 hit, does wound. Does the priest make his Rosaria save? Yes, he does. The combat epic struggle over here continues, apparently, as we enter battle round number 3, and sisters turn 3 as well, ladies and gentlemen. Well, is there any morale test to take now that I think about it? Don't think so. I mean, tell you what, these, well, the demons technically have to take one, but they're not going to fail with just losing one dude. And they don't have an icon to get dudes back on a 1, so I really should fix that. I should make some more Plague Bearers at some point and include an icon in it, because they're useful to have. Anyway, that's the end of the Word Bearer's turn. As the big beasties and the big dangerous threats start to close in on the Sisters' line now that they've chewed through the cannon fodder. How will the Sisters retaliate? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. They're going to need a 1-2 punch from the Retributors and probably this squad of Melters here to eliminate some of these threats, because they've got a lot of nasty coming their way right now. But perhaps their faith will be enough. Let's find out. Well, before we do anything else, it is of course Miracle Dice time. So, what do we get? We have a 1 and a 1. 2 1s. Fantastic. And it should be noted, actually, I made a couple of flubs back there because, a flub. The Sisters killed an entire unit of Bloodletters previously, and that, killing an entire unit, gets you a Faith Dice. And I totally forgot that was a thing, but it is. So actually the Sisters are owed an extra Faith Dice right now, so I'll roll one of these again. And this time they get a 5. So they got 2 1s and a 5 to work with. And now we'll go and have a look at the voices in the darkness and see what the spirits of the dead are up to in this battle round. Okay, let's have a look. It's a 5. Emboldening Tales again. Add 1 to combat attrition tests. The emboldening tales continue. The combatants are compelled to fight on with great ferocity and great fury and great bravery. You know, I almost forgot it again, but Kor Varek also needs to do his prayers as well. So he'll be doing Benediction of Darkness on the Land Raider once more on a 2+. He does. And he'll be doing... This time he's going to be doing Omen of Potency on himself, because there exists the very distinct possibility that some close combat might be about to occur in the next coming battle round. So, on a 2+, oh yeah, on a 6th, Blood God certainly wants it. Excellent. Right, now onto the Sisters' movement. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's the end of the movement phase for the Sisters in turn 3. And the following has happened. Justinia is leading her battle sisters forward. They've jumped over the barricade and are heading directly towards those filthy heretics and warp spawn. Partially because she wants to hit them with that big hammer of hers, but also because she wants to make room to allow the Retributors to come forward and get their heavy flamers in range of heavy flaming something. The Hospitaller has marched up as well, remaining within 3 inches of both squads. Meanwhile, up here, this squad of Battle Sisters has made a slight tactical withdrawal away from Stompy in the hopes that maybe if he doesn't die this turn from Melter Fire, which is probably likely, he might at least be damaged enough that they're okay with... that his movement might be slowed, and therefore if he's going to move and charge across a barricade which will slow him down, maybe it might save their skins and allow them to retaliate later, of course. This squad has remained where it is, and the Imagifier has remained where she is, securing Objective 1. It should be noted as well, actually, that the Retributors are just within 3 inches of Objective 3 here, so they will be scoring that at the end of the turn as well. And over at the top end, this squad of sisters have moved and advanced out of that building. They kind of had to, really, on account of all the craters slowing them down. It does mean most of the unit will not be shooting, but those 2 melter guns at the front, they're in range of Stompy, and they are assault weapons, so they'll be able to fire at Stompy with a -1 to hit. Not bad. Not bad at all. In fact, however, there is an extra special Valorous Heart stratagem that I could elect to use, I don't know if I will yet, that will allow them to ignore negative modifiers to hit for any reason. So I could use that to allow them to hit on their normal ballistic skill 3 if I wanted to. I may also use a miracle dice. I don't really know. We'll see though. Anyway. Yes, some things need to die this turn, or at least be very badly damaged. This Land Raider is chugging along on 6 remaining wounds. Oh, actually, I say 6. It should actually be 5. It should in fact be 5, because I miscounted the damage dice earlier in a previous turn, and I noticed it when reviewing some of the previous footage in between takes. So it's actually on 5 wounds because it took 11 damage earlier instead of 10. Anyway, what else is there to say, really? Yeah, we're going to try and bring some stuff down. Oh, one more important thing. Very important, actually. The Seraphim have arrived. Their time has finally come. This squad has arrived here, in this ruin, and they are now capping Objective 4, so they will get 2 points for that at the end of the turn. And the other squad has arrived up here, and they're capping Objective 5, so they'll score that as well at the end of their turn. So, huge bucket of points in the bag for the sisters. This was inevitable, really. The Chaos Forces really didn't have enough units to spare to be able to secure the backfield and stop the Seraphim from doing this. So that's why Kor Varek is kind of taking an all-or-nothing approach right now and just charging everything forward, because ultimately, if he wants to win this and take the church, he's going to need to just absolutely massacre the sisters here with all of these heavy beasts and machinery and stuff. So, however, he will need to turn around and dedicate something to dealing with these Seraphim. Mouth.exe has stopped functioning. Anyway, they have arrived, and I will be using the stratagem. Deadly Descent. Let me just grab the card from over here. Here we are. Seraphim arrive on the battlefield in a blaze of glory, spreading death on high to scour the foe as they descend. Use the stratagem after a Seraphim squad unit from your army is set up on the battlefield from high in the sky until the end of that phase. Add 6 inches to the range characteristic of pistol weapons models in the unit is equipped with. The unit can shoot as if it were your shooting phase. So, in other words, we get extra shooting. And I suppose I'll go for this squad, because this is the squad that's got a sister in it with a pair of hand flamers. So that could be good. So I think I'll use it on that squad for a single command point. And they will shoot... Now, they can't shoot Kor Varek because his Dark Disciples are in the way. They could shoot his Dark Disciples, the Brothers Gribbly. All it would achieve, mind you, is stopping him from being able to cast his spells cast his prayers on a 2+. He'd be down to a 3+, unless he's standing in a building because of that scenario rule. So I think what they're actually going to do, though, is they're just going to shoot the Chaos Marine squad. That seems far more sensible to me. Anyway, so, and probably the same with the other squad over here as well, but that'll be in the shooting phase, of course. So, let's do this, and then we'll go straight into the shooting phase afterwards. Deadly Descent, everybody. Let me get some dice. Okay, down come the Seraphim. I did it again, Seraphim. So why is that so hard to say? What's wrong with my brain today? Down come the Seraphim in a blaze of glory, firing away their pistols as they do so, starting with the pairs of bolt pistols on 3 of the sisters, hitting on 3s. That's pretty darn good. And then winning on 4s, less good, but hey. And these will be I think at least one of those was a 6, which means that a rule that I've been ignoring this entire game by accident, though I don't think it's really come up tremendously often, will take effect, and that rule is Divine Guidance. That's the one. So I think one of these will be -1 and the other one isn't. Let me just check. Indeed, there was a 6 and a 5. So normal 3+ save for the Chaos Marines, passed, and a 4+ save, which they fail. So one of those Chaos Marines takes a wound. Next up, it's the Sister Superior with her plasma pistol. She will not overcharge it on this occasion. She hits. Unfortunately, she doesn't wound. If she had overcharged, she would have wounded. Oh dear. Then it's going to be the sister with the 2 hand flamers. Okay, that is 10 shots. I like that. Allow me to fetch a few more dice. There we go. Let's see, how many wounds? This will be on a 5+, because hand flamers are strength 3. I know this from the previous game I did with the Space Marines, because one of them had a hand flamer. Alright, so 3 3-up saves. 1 has failed, so that Chaos Marine that took a wound is now dead. And now we're going to rinse and repeat with Seraphim Squad number 2. Or rather, we will do in the shooting phase, which is now, I guess, because that concludes the movement phase. Getting a bit ahead of myself there. Deadly Descent only counts for one of the squads. Right. Right, in that case, Plasma Pistol on the Sister Superior. I think this time, this Sister Superior will overcharge and put her faith in the Emperor that it will not explode in her face. I kind of knew that was going to happen. In my bones, I knew that was going to happen. She makes a fatal mistake, I'm afraid. And the Sister Superior from the other Seraphim squad, perhaps a little more inexperienced than this one. I mean, I like to think she is, because she's one of the new plastic ones, and she's the doughty old metal model. Alright, so she explodes. Well, her pistol explodes, and she suffers serious plasma burns, and she's out of action. And the rest of the squad, well, there will be this many shots with their bolt pistols. And we have 2 wounds. I think one of those was a -1, but it doesn't really matter. They rolled 2 2s anyway. Another Chaos Marine's dead. And let's do it again for a 3rd time with this squad again, now in the shooting phase. So, Plasma Pistol. Having observed what happened to her sister in arms over there, I think she's going to elect not to overcharge her Plasma Pistol quite wisely. Yeah, that was wise indeed. The other sisters, let's see, the Hand Flamers. That is 8 shots. 8 auto hits, I should say. Come here, you. And we have, quite a lot of wounds, actually. Nice one. 3 up saves for the Chaos Marines. Another Chaos Marine has died. 3 in total now. Bearing in mind they'll have an extra wound in this game as a bit of a beta test house rule. And then we have the sisters with their bolt guns, or bolt pistols. We get 4 hits. We get 2 wounds. And we take another wound off a Chaos Marine. So 3 Chaos Marines killed, 1 down to 1 wound. The Seraphim putting in some good bloody work there. Well, with that devastating salvo from the skies out of the way, we move back over to here. And this Battle Sister squad at the front, being personally led by the Canoness, is going to open fire at these Chaos Marines as well. And I'm going to be using another stratagem. This one is called Blessed Bolts. It takes an artificer a lifetime to produce just one of these blessed bolts, which are said to be imbued with the Emperor's divine vengeance. So very appropriate stratagem for the divine hammer. Honestly, being artisans and builders themselves, use this stratagem when an Adepta Sororitas infantry unit from your army fires Overwatcher is chosen to shoot with. Until the end of the phase, storm bolters that models in that unit are equipped with have an armor penetration characteristic of -2 and a damage characteristic of 2. And this squad here just happens to have 2 storm bolters in it. So I'm going to do the storm bolters on camera because it's cool, and then I'll probably do the rest off camera and we'll see how many Chaos Marines fall in the end. But we are within 12 inches range, I believe. Let me double check that. It's a good thing I did double check it because they were just a whisker of an inch out of range for that. So it'll just be 2 shots each from the storm bolters. Hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s thanks to Justinia. Excellent. Wounding on 4s. Excellent. And AP -2. Were there any 6s there? Bloody hell. Need to check again. There was indeed a 6. So 1 save at AP -3, so a 6 up, is actually made. That cursed infernal power armor of theirs held firm against the light of the Emperor there. Fair enough. And then 2 at -2, so 5 ups. 1 is failed, 1 is made. 1 Chaos Marine, well, this guy who's on 1 wound is killed. And now, the rest of the squad's bolt weapons. And as another volley of bolter shots goes in, 1 other Chaos Marine takes a single wound. A lot of very high save rolls were made. Those Chaos Marines are a bit blessed by the Dark Gods, I think. So, that's that squad dealt with. Let's move back to the Retributors now. And the Multi-Melter will be probably quite unsurprisingly firing directly at the Land Raider. The 2 Heavy Flamers, however, and the Heavy Bolter will be firing at that ruddy great Bloodthirster. That is a problem that seriously needs to be dealt with. So let's go with the multi-melter first. And let me just grab my measuring stick here. Fantastic thing this. I dug it up recently. It allows me to measure things while still holding the camera. Let's see, you guys, are you within half range? Not quite. So no extra damage, sadly. Regardless though, two shots, hitting on a 3+, rerolling ones, like that. Oh dear, never mind. And this will wound on a 4+, tricky bit. It does wound though. AP -4, a 6-up save for the Land Raider. That fails the save, D6 damage for the multi-melter. For 3. This Land Raider is still crawling along. It still lives. It's demonic machine spirit, defiant in the face of the Emperor's finest here. Alright, now on to the heavy flamers that are both in range to shoot this here Bloodthirster. I've already measured it up. And actually, tell you what, I'll just quickly do the heavy bolter first as well. Let's see. 3 hits. I do believe that is no wounds, however. And now D6 auto hits from each of the heavy flamers. That is 6 in total. These will be wounding on 5s, I think. A whole bunch of little wounds there. Nicely done. And a couple of divine guidance rolls as well. So, this is a Bloodthirster, so it's probably going to be getting a... it's going to be using its 5+ demonic save regardless here. Makes 1, fails 3, takes 3 damage. Following that, the rest of the sisters in the Retributor squad opened fire with their bolt guns, and they stripped another wound off the Bloodthirster, leaving it on 12 remaining. Fine work there, ladies, fine work indeed. Now, we find ourselves wondering what to do with the rest of them. First off, I think I'm going to do this squad over here. The only two that are going to be able to shoot anything are the 2 Melter Sisters at the front at Stompy. And I could use, as I said, a... what you call it? The stratagem to avoid the -1 for having advance, but I'm not going to because the sisters only have 2 command points left at the moment, and there's some nice stratagems that we might want to save for later. I will, however, go ahead and use a miracle dice. I'll use that 5 to ensure that one of the melters hits at least, and we'll roll for the other one, ending a 4+ and fails. So yeah, that's probably worth it. So the question is, however, does it wound on a 3+? No, it doesn't. Ah, the Emperor is abandoning us. How could this happen? Stompy lives to fight another turn, completely unscratched at the moment. This is not looking good for the Sisters of Battle. Ooh. Well, I think perhaps faced with no other real choice, the entirety of these 2 squads are going to be firing everything they've got at Stompy in an effort to slow him down, even though they probably won't kill him. So, let's go ahead and do that. Well, they say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, so I suppose woe betide anyone who gets in the way of a whole bunch of angry nuns, because these 2 squads, with just flamers and bolters, managed to take 5 freaking wounds off of Stompy. It was the divine guidance rolls with the AP -1 that really helped get those through there, reducing Stompy basically to a 4+ save, and wow, I'm impressed. Now sadly for the sisters, 7 wounds he's now down to is not enough to bracket him. That would be 6. And I thought, well, that's it then. I've run out of things to shoot with. And then I realised, actually, that's not the case. I have 2 models left that could shoot him. One is the Imagifier back here with her bolt gun. She could have fire 1 shot from that distance. And the other is Canoness Justinia herself with her bolt pistol, who is in range. I've just measured it up. So, let's see if our heroine in the making over here actually is a heroine in the making. She has 1 shot. Can she do it? Hitting on a 3+. I believe that was a 4. So she hits. Does she wound on a 5+? Oh, the tension. What is it? Tree's hidden it. It's a 4, sadly. So, no dice there. What about the Canoness? Justinia, is your bolt pistol as badass as Colonel Van Graff's, I wonder? One shot, hitting on a... That's a good question, actually. I'll find out if it's... Well, definitely hit on a 3. I can't remember if she has a ballistic skill 3 or 2. Anyway, it hits. Needs a 5 to wound. It's a 1. What a shame. Never mind. Stompy remains on 7 wounds and will be able to move and fight at full effect in the incoming turn, unless, of course, he's shot by a lucky hit on Overwatch or something. We shall see. We shall see. That brings us to the end of the shooting phase. Now we're in the charge phase, however there won't actually be any charges, which then of course brings us to the fight phase. And once again, the opponent goes first. Although I've just realised, I think did I completely forget to do the fight phase in the chaos turn? No, I didn't. Oh, no, the assassin went first. Right, I had a total brain fart there. This is the problem when you take breaks in between filming, because because it's a solo battle report. You forget things. Alright then, well, yeah, so your opponent goes first. Therefore, it'll be the Plague Bearers attacking first over there. Let's go do that. Alright, here we go. Round 3 of this little bun fight over here is about to happen. Let's start with the Plague Champion dude here with his sticky, pointy, swordy thing. 2 attacks. 1 hit on the assassin. 1 wound on the assassin. Does she make her 5+ invulnerable save? No, she does not. The assassin is dead. Now it's the other 2 attacking Father Odo. 1 hit. Doesn't wound, but they're plague weapons, so they can reroll to wound, which then becomes a wound. Does he make his Rosarius save? He does. Now, I didn't forget to do the fight phase last turn, but what I now realise I think I might have done is I forgot to fight with Father Odo. 1 second, I need to review the footage. Ha! I knew it! I did forget to fight with him last turn. Hopefully I remember to put something on the screen to tell people it gets fixed later. Ugh. Guys, I can't stress enough how difficult it is to actually film a battle report and play both sides at the same time. I know I might make it look easy, but hey, it's not. Anyway, right. Priest has 4 attacks with his chainsword, hitting on 4s. He gets 1 hit. He successfully wounds. The Plague Bearers make a 5-up in demon save. They do. And I tell you what, to make up for last time, let's let them do it again, shall we? He makes... Do you know what? He should have 5 attacks because of his own ability and the chainsword. So let's re-roll both of those to make up for the missed one last time. And this time, and we have 3 hits in total. Sorry, doing a little bit of mental arithmetic there and trying to film at the same time. It's tough. Wounding on 5s. No wounds this time. Okay, right. Whew. I need a cup of tea, I think. Anyway, long story short, the assassin has fallen. I've piled in the Plague Champion dude, and Father Odo continues to stand defiantly against the demon scum, keeping them occupied, really, while the other sisters and the rest of the army get on with their jobs as well. Doesn't seem to be any clear sign of a winner yet, although I suspect it might be only a matter of time. I don't really fancy his chances against 3 Plague Bearers, if I'm honest, considering he has to consistently wound on 5s and hit on 4s. Well, you never know. If there's ever a time for a miracle, it would be now, in a Sisters of Battle bat rep. Whew. Fight phase done. Morale phase. Okay, so that Chaos Marine squad over there lost 4 dudes, I believe. Was it 4? It was indeed 4. However, they passed the morale test on a roll of a 1, and that's all the morale. So, yeah. Alright, well done ladies. You made a dent, that's for sure. You killed some Chaos Marines. You have secured 2 objectives in the backfield now, which is the big deal. Doesn't seem like a big deal, but it's a big deal. Because the sisters now sit on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus the 3, plus the 6 they already had. That's many, lots, brain, help, 13 points I think. They're on 13 points, and I believe the Chaos are currently on 4 points. So the sisters are running away on the scoreboard right now, and that is what ultimately counts, unless the Chaos forces can somehow table all of the sisters by turn 5. But, well, we'll see about that. The Seraphim doing a bang-up job over here, although the less said about the sister superior and her plasma pistol, the better, I suspect. We'll leave that out of the official record. She was heroically wounded in action against the foul Chaos scum. She definitely didn't blow herself up. Right, speaking of foul Chaos scum, it's their turn now. Wordbearers, turn 3, let's go! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the end of the turn 3 Chaos movement phase, and look at that shot. Slightly ruined by the pile of dice in the distance there, but there we go. Look at that shot. This right here is why I do battle reports. Damn. Right. Lot to talk about. Stompy has stomped forwards, forgetting to bring his wound dice with him, apparently. Let's just pop that there. He's going to be charging into these sisters. Probably no issues whatsoever. The Bloodthirster has moved forward, ready to charge these sisters. The Chaos Terminators have finally disembarked from the Land Raider and are ready to fire all their weapons and make a charge into these sisters of battle as well. The Chaos Land Raider itself has trundled forward a few more inches after disembarking its passengers. And over here, Kor Varek, who, bearing in mind, is under the influence of the Omen of Potency right now, is moving towards the Seraphim by himself to deal with these servants of the Corpse Emperor and stop focusing on the ruin camera. Focus on the models, please. Meanwhile, over here, the Nurgle Demon Prince has changed direction and is heading towards those Seraphim over at the other objective, and the Chaos Marines have turned around, ready to fire some shots into those Seraphim as the Nurgle creature goes barreling into them. And, yeah, that's how things look. The massive tidal wave of really nasty Chaos stuff is about to hit the sisters in earnest now. They've been pretty lucky so far. No casualties at all, except for a few Death Court assassins. I think that's about to change, everybody. So yeah, this should be interesting. There should be a lot of carnage, in theory. We'll see what happens, though. I also popped down a token, because I keep constantly forgetting Benediction of Darkness in the sister turn against on the Land Raider, so I've popped down an actual token now, in the hopes that I'll actually remember it. Not that it's relevant now, we're in the Chaos turn, but... anyway. Forming good habits, right? So... shooting phase. Well, psychic phase, actually. Not shooting phase, because we do have a Psycho on the table. We have that Nurgle demon over there, the Demon Prince. And I think he's going to cast his special little power that I don't actually remember the name of off the top of my head. I'm definitely not leafing through the codex right now to try and find the name of it. Virulent Blessing, that was the one. Has a warp charge value of 7. Another perils, really. The light of the Emperor blinds this foul pile of warp scum, and he takes another bunch of wounds, D3 mortal wounds for 2. Disgustingly resilient. He saves 1. The demon takes another wound at his own hands. Wow, okay. Chaos is a trip, folks. Alright, well, psychic phase concluded then. Shooting phase. And, well, you know what? It says shooting phase, but I don't think I'm actually going to attack with an honest-to-goodness gun. I'm going to attack with a whip, which always struck me, if I'm completely honest, as a bit of a kinky weapon for a greater demon of Khorne, but I don't make the rules. And I'm sorry, I'm looking through the codex to find the bloody thing now, but the Bloodthirster has the Lash of Khorne, this great big whippy thing, and he's going to lash these ladies with it. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? This feels more like it's Slaaneish's domain, but whatever you say. Khorne. I think the Blood God might be in denial about one or two things personally, but anyway. It's Assault D3 for 2. 2, shots, whatever, with the whip, I guess. He has a ballistic skill of 2+, apparently. I've never bothered to check before. He hits twice. This thing is Strength User, and he's Strength 7, so it'll wound on 2s against the sisters. Does twice. It's AP -3, and they won't be able to ignore that with their ability. Only AP -1 or -2 if they're within X inches of the Imagifier, which I don't think they are at the moment. So these will be 2 6-up saves, which they do not make. And this is D3 damage each, which is relevant because the Order of the Valorous Heart does have a 6-up ignore wounds. So the first one is 1 damage. Do they ignore on a 6? No. The second one is also 1 damage. Is ignored on a 6. The high quality of their handcrafted armour, perhaps simply their faith in the Emperor, or even just plain old stubbornness, means that one of those sisters has survived a killing blow from a gigantic demonic whip. Fair enough. Hats off to her, frankly. One of them will die, though. I'll get rid of this one. Right. That was a bit... that was altogether a little bit odd, and I'd rather not talk about it anymore. Let's move on to the Terminators. Now, these guys have a Combi Flamer, 2 Combi Bolters. Wait, no. A Combi Flamer, 1 Combi Bolter, 2 Combi Melters, and a pair of Lightning Claws that obviously aren't a ranged weapon, so I don't know why I mentioned it. But we're going to fire with the Flamer, the Combi Bolter, and I think I'm going to fire both Melter shots as well, and the Melters are going to go at the Retributors at the back there, because they need to be dealt with. They're nasty. So let's do these 2 Melters first. And I am, for 1 command point, as the Chaos Player, going to use Veterans of the Long War on these Terminators to give them +1 to wound for all of their upcoming shooting. Needless to say, everything except the Melters will be going at the front squad of Sisters there. So let's do the Melters against the Retributors. Hitting on 3s. They both hit. Wounding on 2s. And this will be AP -4. But Sisters of Battle do get their Shield of Faith save, which is a 6-up invulnerable save, which sadly is not passed. How much damage? 4. Can she roll 4 6s? No, she rolls 1, but not nearly enough. Okay, so one of the Retributors is killed, which will just be, naturally, one of the Bolter Sisters. Realistically, probably one of the ones at the front got it, but one of the Sisters at the back will have moved up and taken the fallen weapon to carry on using it, because that's sensible. And now we have the Flamer. 2 shots. These will wound on 3s. Actually, they'll wound on 2s because of Veterans of the Long War. And 3+ saves to the Sisters. 1 is failed. 6-up. Ignore wounds. No. So 1 more Sister is killed. And then the Combi Bolter. We get 2 hits. 1 wound, and the save is made. So, not as devastating a volley from those Terminators as I might have expected, to be fair, but I'm sure they'll fare much better in close combat. Moving on, the Land Raider. The Land Raider. So, what is the Land Raider going to do? It is going to fire basically everything at the Retributors, I think. That's what it's going to do. So, 6 shots from the Heavy Bolter, hitting on 4s because this thing is quite badly damaged. Wounding on 3s. And the Sisters will ignore the AP on this, so they'll get their usual 3-up saves. One of those is failed, however. Can she make 2 6-up indoor wounds? No, she cannot. 1 more Retributor is killed. The las cannons now, and yeah, we're going to put las cannons into infantry. That's just the stage we're at right now. Hitting on 4s, 2 hits. Winning on 2s, 1 wound. AP -3, 6 up. No. D6 damage, 6. 6 sixes. No. To absolutely nobody's surprise, no. We'll remove that last bolt gun Retributor. Okay. That is not quite all the guns, actually, I've now realised, because we've got a few more guns over here. Kor Varek has a bolt pistol. The question is, do I want to fire a demon shell with it? Yeah, that seems like a very Kor Varek thing to do, really. So the demon shell costs a command point, and he fires 1 shot out of his bolt pistol with it. If he hits, it does D3 mortal wounds to the Seraphim. If he misses, it does D3 mortal wounds to him because the demon stuck inside the shell doesn't take very kindly to it and tries to eat his face. So, hitting on a 3+. And of course he misses. Very well. D3 mortal wounds on Kor Varek. For 1. He takes a wound. That'll put him down to 3 remaining, I think, because he's only a Dark Apostle after all. I'll put the wound dice down for that in a second. Yeah, okay. You know, don't play with demons, kids. Now these Chaos Marines shooting at those Seraphim up there, and I need to measure who's in range with rapid fire and all that sort of stuff. Okay, they're all in rapid fire range, so here's the bolt guns first against the Seraphim. Okay, and then wounding. Okay, and then saves for those Seraphim. I think they're in cover right now, so these will be 2+ saves, although they do still fail 2. Do they ignore them on 6s? No, they do not. 2 Seraphim fall. Then a plasma gun, not overcharging. 2 hits. 2 wounds. Seraphim have a 5+ invulnerable save, which they make both of. Wow, nice. Then it is the melter gun, which hits and wounds. 5+ invulnerable save is not made. How much damage? 3. Can they make 3 6s? Oh, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but not enough to save one of those Seraphim. 3 of the Seraphim over here are killed. One of them's still standing, though. One of them probably about to be killed horribly by this great demon, but, you know, what can you do? Well, with that shooting out of the way, folks, we now get into the meat and potatoes of the Chaos turn, which is, of course, the charge phase and the fight phase. So, here we go. The sisters have 2 command points left. If they want to overwatch, it better be for a bloody good reason, because those 2 command points could be incredibly useful. Incredibly freaking useful. So, yeah. First up's going to be these Terminators, I think, charging into the sisters here. Actually, will it? No, I think it'll be the Bloodthirster going first. Oh look, he's made the charge. They're not going to overwatch him with just bolt weapons. I don't think that's worth it. Hitting on 6s, nah. Then the Terminators. Yeah, they're in as well. Now, Justinia, she is going to heroically intervene, like so. It does mean she can be the target of the attacks of that Terminator over there, but and probably that one technically as well, but whatever. But on the other hand, she's a boss, and she's going to beat up some Chaos Terminators, these foul ancient hulks. She's going to rend them limb from limb or batter them into a small crushed car cube with that hammer of hers. At least that's the idea. Stompy's up next. He wants to charge those Sisters of Battle. Now, they almost might be worth spending the command point for Overwatch with because they have 2 Flamers in that squad. But I don't think we're going to. Stompy. Ooh. Only 3 inches. And he has to cross a barricade, so that's -2. A 1-inch charge? I don't know if that's enough. I don't think that's enough. Because you have to get within half an inch these days, not within an inch in 9th edition. I don't think that's enough. Stompy has been momentarily slowed down by the incoming fire of those sisters from the previous turn. He scrambles across that barricade and just can't get there quite quick enough, it looks like. Stompy will have to stomp next battle round, it would appear. I'm in two minds about that. On the one hand, I'm really disappointed because Stompy wants to stomp. On the other hand, I'm delighted as the sisters player that I've been given a temporary reprieve. I think I'm going slightly insane playing two armies at the same time. This is very weird. Right. Now, the Nurgle Demon Prince over here, he's going to want to charge that sister there, and he's going to have to go across a crater to do it, or around the crater. In either way, that's actually a longer charge than it might actually look on paper. So we'll see what he gets. He gets a 7. That is Nurgle's number after all. Let's have a look. I'll measure this up. Yeah, bad luck for that lone Seraphim. 7 was indeed enough, even with the crater in the way, so she's in close combat with a Nurgle Demon Prince now. Good luck to her, she's going to need it. And over here, last but certainly not least, is Kor Varek charging the Seraphim. And yeah, with a 10 he is well in, and his brothers Gribbly will follow him in as well. I'm going to roll them with the character per the house rule I've been using lately. Actually, they'll need to move up like that, won't they? There we go. The wee brothers Gribbly. Okay, right. I believe that's all the charges done. Indeed it is. And on to the fight phase now. And again, the sisters only have 2 command points. They could interrupt once. But again, there's some really nifty stratagems that allow me to do things like bring characters back from the dead and stuff for 2 command points that I think would be way more useful than just interrupting in combat, particularly considering none of the sisters' units are very good in combat anyway, except for maybe the Canoness. So, yeah. I guess, therefore, it's going to be the fight phase, beginning with, well, obviously the Bloodthirster. Come on, you're all waiting to see it. I know you are. Let's do this. Right, I've gone in for the close-up for this. I'm kind of loving, by the way, how the Terminators are shrouded under the great beating wings of this monstrosity. That's very cool. Anyway, he has 6 attacks, but an extra 7th because he's a Khorne demon that charged with his big axe of Khorne, and unsurprisingly, he hits on a 2+. And each hit of a 6, although he didn't get any, would have been 2 hits instead of 1. Now this is strength 10, so naturally wounding on 2s against the poor puny humans. And it's AP minus 4, so they'll get their Shield of Faith saves on a 6+. Interestingly, 2 of them actually do manage it. And then I'm afraid each of these is D6 damage, so... Number 1 went off the table. Number 1, 3. Oh, goodness me. Okay, can you make 3 6s? Nope. Number 2 is 1. Can you make a 6? No. 4. No. And the last one is another 4. No, I wasn't very optimistic there, it must be said, but hey, you never know, right? So that is 4 sisters killed, I do believe. Correction, there was a 5th wound, which does 2 damage. And no. Okay, so 5 sisters are killed in total. Youch. Only 3 sisters in that squad remain standing. The one carrying the simulacrum, the sister superior, and one of the stormbolters. Oof. Oof. It's the Terminator's turn to step up and fight now. These 2 guys here, they're going to be fighting the Canoness. These other 3 are going to be fighting what's left of the sister squad. So, let's start over here with the ones fighting the Canoness. First chap has a Chain Fist by the looks of things. And Chain Fists have different rules these days, so I now realise I need to look that up. Alright, he has 2 attacks and a 3rd for Shock Assault, or Hateful Assault, or whatever the Chaos version of Shock Assault is called. With his Chain Fist, he'll hit on 4 pluses. Ooh, come here. So he hits once, wounds on a 2+, Except he doesn't, actually. He wounds on a 4+ because of her warlord trait. Not a warlord trait, sorry, her relic. That's the one. And he fails to wound. So 1 Terminator down, fails with his chain fist to even get close to Justinia. Nice. Next up is the chap with the power sword. He hits twice. He wounds twice. And she has 2 4-up Rosarius saves here. She makes neither of them, however. But she does have a 5-up ignore wounds. Wait a minute. I literally just said she can't be wounded on better than a 4+. And I didn't bother to... Hold on. Yeah, see, I just checked and he rolled 2 3s to wound, which failed because she can only be wounded on a 4+ because of the relic she has. I don't know how else to say it, folks, but I'm afraid I must reluctantly inform you that I am, in fact, a moron. And usually, when I'm doing battle reports, it's with someone else, and the someone else is able to point out all my stupid mistakes as I'm making them. That someone else is usually Dan, to be fair. Unfortunately, I'm all by myself for this one. Yeah, anyway, so the power sword guy failed to wound the Canoness, which means that she won't be taking any damage this turn. She'll be get to smite them back with her hammer momentarily. But first, the other 3 Terminators hitting the sisters. And we have a pair of lightning claws, a power fist, and a chain fist. So let's do Mr. Chain Fist first. He gets 1 hit. He gets 1 wound. She gets a 6-up invulnerable save, which she fails. D3 damage for 2. 6-up ignores. She lives! Wow, she survived a chain fist hit through sheer determination and faith in the Emperor. Bloody hell. Fair enough. Alright. Well, who's next? It's the Lightning Claw lad, isn't it? It'll be 3, 4 attacks with this chap. Hitting on 3s. Wounding on 3s. And this is AP -2, so she'll get a 5-up save. She doesn't make, and I believe this is just 1 damage, so 6-up ignore wounds, off the table. 6-up ignore wounds, behind the tree. No, it's a 5, okay, so 1 more of the sisters goes down, probably going to be the lady with the Stormbolter. It would make more sense to take down the one with the Simulacrum, but they're Sisters of Battle. They value the Simulacrum more than a Stormbolter, therefore the Stormbolter will die, and the Simulacrum will remain standing. So yeah, and besides, it was the one with the chain fist there that was fighting her, and she survived, so yeah, makes more narrative sense to me. And last we have a dude with a power fist that's currently modelled as a hammer, but whatever, who hits once, and wounds, and she gets a 5-up save, which she fails. D3 damage. Or is it... Have power fists changed as well? Let me check. Yeah, they have changed. Power fists do 2 flat damage now. They've swapped it around. It used to be chain fists that did 2 damage and power fists that did D3. I swear sometimes they do these things specifically to annoy me, GW, but whatever. Okay, 2 flat damage. Can she roll 2 6s like her friend did? No, she cannot. I'm going to have to kill the Sister Superior because narratively any other way just doesn't work. It was her specifically being attacked by that specific Terminator that made that amazing save. So I got to remove the Sister Superior, even though you probably shouldn't do that if you're playing properly. Properly? I am playing properly, damn it. If you're playing competitively is what I probably should have said. Anyway. Whew. Right. Who's next? The Nurgle Demon Prince, I think. That's who we'll do next. Well, I don't fancy this Seraphim's chances very much, but if by some miracle she can actually survive, could be game-changing, because she'll score even more points in the subsequent Sisters of Battle turns. So, we better do it on camera, I suppose. The Demon Prince has 1 attack with his Malefic Talons and 4 with his Hellforged Sword. Hitting on a 2+, we'll do the Talons first. And a wound on a 2+. And then these are minus 2, I believe. So 5 up save. She doesn't make that, and that'll be 2 damage. Could she make 2 6s? No, she can't. Right, yeah, well, there you go. I wanted to film it just in case something epic happened, but no. The epicness was all over there today, apparently, for the sisters, so never mind. She is struck down by the Nurgle Demon Prince, who has ensured that the sisters won't be scoring that objective next turn. And now, last but not least, we should be heading over there to watch Kor Varek tear into those Seraphim. Bearing in mind he has the Omen of Potency, and he has his 2 Chaos Boons as well. Cosmic Fate and something duelist, I think. He has a -1 to be hit in close combat, and he has +1 to his saves. So, and Omen of Potency gives him +3 attacks and AP -4 on his weapon, so let's do this. So I was double checking the rules for Kor Varek here, and I realised something. Guess who forgot Death to the False Emperor, everybody? Yay! It was me! Again. I'm just going to let it slide now. I'm not going to go back and do that again. The Terminators let's pretend they just never rolled any 6s to hit. Whatever. Back over here. He has 6 attacks. He hits on a 2+. Thanks to Omen of Potency, he gets the 6 attacks. Marvellous. That is, yeah, well, there you go. Look, that's 3 Death to the False Emperors right there. For another 2 hits. Excellent. And this will wound on a 3+, I think. Is it a 3+? I've rolled 3 2s there, now I have to check, damn it. He does indeed wound on a 3+, he has strength 5 with that accursed Crozius of his, so yeah, 3 successful wounds, AP -4, Seraphim with their 5 up invulnerable saves, 1 is made, and this is 2 damage a pop, so 6 ups, none are made, which means that only 2 sisters actually fall. That's a little surprising, if I'm honest. I kind of thought he'd killed the lot, but there it is. I guess we'll have him kill the ones that are directly in front of him, right? There we go. The Brothers Gribbly can technically attack now, I think. I believe they have like 1 attack each. And oh my god, I think they actually wounded. Alright, fine. 3+ saves. Okay, yeah, the sisters make it. Phew, that would have been embarrassing if you were killed by a single Nurgling, ladies. Bloody hell. You cut it a bit fine there. Right. Let's have him consolidate this way like that at the end of his fighting bit along with those guys. Whoa! Artillery shells hit the building, everybody. Anyway, okay, that fight is still ongoing, it looks like. And with that, that's all the Chaos units that have fought. Which means we now start fighting with stuff that didn't charge, and that means we start with the sisters, which means that we start with, well, any of them I like, really. It would be sensible, though, however, to do the priest first before those plague bearers can hit him. So let's go do that. I keep calling him a priest. He's a missionary, damn it. All right, Odo. Let's do this. Whew. Okay, everything hits. He's angry now. Can he wound, though? That's the question. He wounds 3 times. All right, 3 demonic saves, all of which are failed. 3 disgustingly resilient saves, 2 of which are failed. The Tootly Toot Piper and the ordinary Plague Bearer go down. It's now between Odo and the champion. You kick ass, Odo. You keep doing you, man. That's really cool. That's awesome. I hope he wins. For its part, the champion has 2 attacks back at him. Both of them hit. Reroll out to wound. Both of them wound. 2 for Rosaria saves. He makes both on 2 6s. Odo, you beast. Hammer that warp scum into oblivion, my friend. Alright, folks. It's Countess Justinia's turn to retaliate. Chippity choppity, it's time for you guys to get off the church property. She has 4 attacks. hitting on 2+ with her wonderful, majestic divine hammer there, which of course counts as a blessed blade. Hits on 2+. She can reroll those 1s. She's within her own aura. She wounds on a 3+ against these Terminators. She wounds all 4 times. This is AP -3, so they get their 5-up saves. One of which is made. This is D3 damage each. 2. Another one, right, so that's 1 Terminator killed, and 2. 1 Terminator on 1 wound, so I think we'll kill this chap here, and we will leave this other gentleman, for whom I do not currently have a wound dice. This is awkward. Come here, you little... I hope you're getting a lovely shot of that bloodthirster right now. Look at those muscles. I know, yeah. There we go, finally. See, if I was in a more professional mood, I might have cut the recording there and actually done that properly. There we go, 1 wound. Excellent. She doesn't hit tremendously hard, but she's virtually unbloody killable, this Canoness, so I think she'll be alright, you know. 1 Terminator down, another one on 1 wound, and these are 3 wound Terminators, remember, because of my house rule for Chaos Marines. So killing 1 and a bit of them is certainly no small feat, actually. Well done, is all I have to say to that. Ah, of course, we have the sister with the simulacrum. She can fight back as well. She hits. She does not wound, however. And what else do we have? We can go over here into these ruins where these Seraphim will fight back against Kor Varek. So, bearing in mind, Kor Varek is in fact on 3 wounds. Only 3 wounds because of that little mishap of his with the with the demon shell. Let me put a wound dice down to remind myself of that. There we go. Ugh, no, it needs to be a 3, damn it. There we go. Okay. Right then, I need to check how many attacks that Sister Superior gets. Or in fact, I need to check in general for these guys. Okay, they're 1 attack each, and the Sister Superior has 2. So we'll go do the Sister Superior first with her Power Sword. And I believe these guys will hit on a 3+ in close combat. I think Seraphim have slightly better weapon skill than regular Sisters. If not, then sod it. She hits twice regardless. Can she wound twice on a 4+? She bloody can. Okay, AP -3. Now, he does have a 3-up invulnerable save, thanks to one of his Chaos boons. He passes both of them, sadly. And then the 2 remaining Sisters can make their regular close combat attacks, which both hit, I think, but fail to wound. Right. Okay. At this point, I'm looking at this now and I'm thinking, I think this back objective here is a tie currently, because none of these units here have objectives secured, and it's 3 models to 3 models within 3 inches of the objective, although I might have to measure that up because I'm not sure if this lady here is within 3 of it. I will tally up the scores momentarily, but that, unless I'm very much mistaken, concludes the fight phase at last. That was quite a lengthy one. Yeah, marvellous. Morale is very much a thing. This squad here, well, sorry, let's go with the Retributors first. They lost 3 Sisters. I'm going to take advantage of the miracle dice here, and I'm going to use one of my 1s to have them pass their morale test. And I'm also going to take advantage of the fact that this simulacrum is a simulacrum, so I can do another miracle dice in the same phase. And I'm going to use another of my 1s that I've been saving up to make her pass her morale test as well. Marvellous. Right. Who else needs to take morale? Who else? Brain, think. The Terminators do, I think. I mean, they lost 1 guy, but yeah, they're fine. They're word bearers. They're not running away anytime soon. They're about as fanatic and religious and zealous as the Sisters are, really, to be fair. So, okay. Oh, the Plague Bearer over there, he lost 2 of his mates. 3, 4, 5. I believe he's fine on a 5. Okay. Okay. Okay, that is the morale done. Allow me to add up the scores. Right, I double checked that objective over there. It is indeed a tie over there after measuring up the distance, which means that the Chaos Forces score only 1 point this turn. The Sisters are winning 13 points to 5 at the moment, so even though it looks like they might be taking a bit of a battering, specifically on this flank right now, they are running away with the points at the moment, which means that perhaps if they could just hold out long enough, with only 2 more battle rounds to go, they might be able to win this. Perhaps reinforcements will arrive to relieve them in the defence of this place, and in the defence of the Church of Saint Sebastien, and the word bearers will finally be driven back here on Abakhan Epsilon, because it's about bloody time. Really? The Imperium has not been fighting a good war here on this planet. They've been getting a bit of a kicking from the forces of chaos. It's about time the tables turned, I think. So, we're now going to head into battle round 4. Sisters of Battle turn 4, as they indeed continue to try and turn the tide. Alright folks, hold that thought, because I've just realised, I'm actually filming this the following day. Look, it's light outside now. But I was reviewing the footage from last time to sort of remind myself where I left off. And I realised a couple of mistakes were made over here, one of which was that Kor Varek should have had an extra attack because of Hateful Assault when he charged these sisters. So let's do that now. Oh, it misses. Nice. Thanks, Dice Gods, for making it all much simpler. And yeah, aside from that, he also has his -1 to be hit in close combat, which I didn't apply to him. Luckily, he didn't take any damage, so it doesn't matter. And also, I forgot to do the morale for the Seraphim, who lost 2 sisters that turn. So 4, 5, 6, they are fine. All right, cool. Now we can actually go round to battle round 4, Sisters turn 4. Well, folks, I assume you know the drill by now. The Sisters have 2 miracle dice to generate. 1 from Beacon of Faith, 1 for the beginning of the battle round. We get a 4 and a 2. Kor Varek has his prayers to do. At the moment, he's not really within range to do Benediction of Darkness on anyone useful. So he's going to do Dark Zealotry, which passes, and he's going to do Omen of Potency again, which also passes. Okay, so he remains powered up, and he can actually re-roll his hit rolls this turn as well. Well, not this turn, but the next word bearer's turn. Well, actually, no, to be fair, he might be fighting in the fight phase as well this turn, but we'll get to that in a minute. The other thing we need to do is go see what the voices of the dead are speaking to the people on this battlefield right now. Alright, what do the voices in the darkness have to say this time? A 1. Resonant Psalms. Add 3 inches to the ranges of all units' aura abilities to a maximum of 9 inches. So, the Psalms ring out, and the aura buffs of the various characters at the moment will be increased. That's pretty good news for the Sisters, who need a bit of a break at the moment. So, alright, let's go into their movement phase. Alright, ladies and gents, it's the end of turn 4. Movement phase for the Sisters, and the following has happened. The Canoness has remained in combat with these Terminators, perfectly prepared to martyr herself to halt their progress, although I suspect she's going to keep them tied up for a little while here, because they have failed spectacularly to do any damage to us so far. Meanwhile, she has ordered this lone sister with the simulacrum back. She will hold off these Terminators. Her sister will fall back and has done over the barricade there to fight another day. Meanwhile, over here, this squad of Battle Sisters has fallen back further away from Stompy, getting ready to fire more rounds into him, and the Banner of Morgan's Reach, the Imagifier here, she has moved across this way to make sure that her 9-inch now bubble of Ignore AP -2 is covering everything over here, which is Marvellous indeed. It means that, for example, the Lightning Claws Terminator over there, he's not going to do any armor piercing against the Canoness in combat in the fight phase, which is glorious. So, yeah. Well, what AP are Power Fists these days? I know they're damage 2 now, but I need to double check if they're AP -2 as well. Interesting. Anyway, regardless though, the squad of Retributors has fallen back, and they are within 3 inches of the Hospitaller, so she is then going to bring one of the sisters back onto the fighting line, healing her wounds as per her ability at the end of the movement phase. So one of the Retributors is back in action now, which is marvellous news. They're up here on and behind the pipes, ready to unload some death into quite possibly the Bloodthirster. I think is going to be their primary target. It's tempting to try and finish off that Land Raider as well, but I think at this point the Bloodthirster is a slightly bigger threat. He's definitely a more mobile threat, that's for sure. You could quite easily get over here and murder everybody and take Objective 3 in the Wordbearer's turn, and we don't want that to happen. So, that's how things look. This squad up here on the left flank of the Sisters has continued moving this way. 2 of the Melter Guns are now within half range of Stompy, so if they hit him, they will be doing a tremendous amount of damage. And the Sister Superior with the Combi Melter is in range to shoot as well. They'll be looking to try and do as much damage as possible to Stompy, maybe even outright kill him, if they can. And over here, the Seraphim have remained in combat with Kor Varek, because they're equipped... Come on, camera. Focus. Thank you. They're equipped exclusively with pistols, so they can shoot in close combat and they can continue to contest this objective. Better yet, they can shoot at the Brothers Gribbly and hopefully kill them in the shooting phase, which means that by the end of the turn, assuming Kor Varek doesn't kill all 3 of them, which he might do, but we'll see if we can do some damage to him in return, they will actually control Objective 4 and win us another couple of points. So that's not bad. They could fall back. I could have them fall back, and I believe there's even a stratagem that allows them to shoot after falling back if I so choose to use it. I'm going to take this option though, because it intrigues me a little bit more. It's more higher risk, high reward. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, that's the plan. Let's see how it goes. Of course, Father Odo over there is still in mortal combat with the Plague Bearer champion over there. And that's about the sum of it. So, let's crack on with the shooting phase, and let's do pistols first, starting with the Canoness levelling her bolt pistol at the nearest Terminator. She will hit on a 2+, I think. Yeah, well, a 6 will certainly do it. She will wound on a 4+. Yep. The Terminator has a 2+ save to make, which he makes, unsurprisingly. Let's now go over to the Seraphim with their pistols in close combat. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try and use the twin flamer pistol things to take out the Brothers Gribbly, and then we're going to use the plasma pistol and the 2 bolt pistols to try and do some damage to Kor Varek. That's the general idea. So the hand flamers first. 2d6 auto hits for 6. Okay. And these will wound on 4+, because strength 3 versus toughness 3. That's abysmal. Oh dear, I expected better than that. Still, this is technically all you need. They have a... what were those wound rolls? Divine Guidance is a thing. Yeah, one of those was indeed a 6. So one of the Brothers Gribbly is dead. The other one has a 6+ t-shirt save, which he fails. So both the Brothers Gribbly, as much as it saddens me, have in fact been swatted like flies by that hand flamer. And now it comes to the other 2 shooting at Kor Varek. Now, the plasma pistol is in fact going to be overcharged, and I've knocked the tree off again, completely off the table. And do you know what? It's staying there this time. I'm getting fed up with that thing. So the plasma pistol is going to overcharge. Desperate times call for desperate measures. May the Emperor protect. She does hit. She'll wound on a 2+. She does wound. Kor Varek, however, does have his 3+ invulnerable save, thanks to the Book of the Reviler, which he does make. infuriatingly. 2 pistol shots from the sister with the bolt pistols. She hits twice. She wounds once. And he successfully saves. It was worth a try. At least we killed the brothers Gribbly. So assuming... Well, if even one sister remains standing at the end of this, the objective will at least be contested. However, if they can have 2 survive with some lucky and vulnerable saves, they will win objective 4 from him, which is good news. I think the sensible thing on reflection would have been to actually fall back over here a bit and then use a stratagem to shoot or something. But this was more fun. I like to think this was more fun, and also it saved a command point which I can use for something else. So, and that something else might be coming up very soon, in fact. So, right, that's the pistols done. Let's do some other shooting. And speaking of spending that command point on something, I think I know exactly what I'm going to spend it on. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the Retributors are ready to level their weaponry at the foul bloodthirsters. Demonic scum over there, and I will be using a stratagem for 1 command point. Holy Trinity, with Bolter, Flamer and Melter is the foe purged. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase after you've declared how you will split the shots of an Adepta Sororitas unit in your army. If that unit shoots all of its weapons at the same target, and that target is within the range of at least 1 bolt weapon being shot by a model in the unit, 1 flame weapon and 1 melter weapon, until the end of that phase, when resolving an attack made by a model in that unit, add 1 to the wound roll. Big deal, very big deal against a toughness 7 beastie. So, are we in melter range? That's the first thing I want to check here. 1 second. Alright, after a quick measuring, can confirm that Bloodthirster is within half range of the multi-melter, which means bonus extra damage fun times. So, what we're going to do is start with a multi-melter. It will hit on 3s, re-rolling 1s because the Canoness is nearby and her re-roll bubble has been enhanced by the resonating psalms in this battle round. So, hitting on 3s, re-rolling 1s. Let's go. No! Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's the worst possible result. Oh, no. Okay. That's a big deal. That is a really big deal. Uh-oh. Well, them's the dice for you. She aims, she fires, and this Bloodthirster ducks, dodges, and weaves past those incoming melter beams. And she simply cannot find her mark as reality bends around this huge, greater creature of the warp. Alas, that was their biggest hope of killing this thing in 1 turn. Nevertheless, we have all the other weapons as well, including 2 heavy flamers. Let's go. Oh no. Oh, some sort of warp hex must be upon the Retributors right now, because that is astonishingly bad luck. Okay. They do wound once. AP -1, 5 up, demon save, which is made! Oh no! Oh, this is so bad! Heavy bolter next. Which make reroll that 1 into a 1, of course. And then this will wound on a 4+, thanks to the stratagem. There we go, 2 wounds. 5 up save on the Bloodthirster, makes 1, fails 1. It takes another 2 damage, at least from that. It's down to 10 wounds. And then we have 2 bolt guns, which are rapid firing from this squad, from the Sister Superior and from the newly resurrected sister, I guess. Newly healed one. They all hit. They will wound on 4s. Yes, they'll wound on 4s, thanks to the stratagem. 3 wounds, 2 of which are at -1, so 1 is a 4-up save, I believe, on this thing, and he makes that, and 2 5-up saves. 1 goes off the table. He fails 1, he takes another wound, he's down to 9. But, oh my goodness, that is That is some dreadful luck right there. Oh my. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's really bad. I had a miracle dice on standby and everything to do the wound roll for the melter gun, and oh no. Oh no. Oh, that was bad. That was really bad. Oh well. Never mind. Wow, extremely bad. Okay, let's move on then. Let's move on. Let's see if we can get better luck with the other melter squad of sisters over there shooting at Stompy. In fact, pretty sure they're going to unload every single weapon they have at Stompy. But we'll start with the melter guns. And I'll do the two at the front separately because they have their extra damage. So they will hit on a 3+. They both hit. They will wound on a 3+. You've got to be kidding me. Wow. Okay. The Sister Superior then with her combi melter. She hits. She does wound. 5 up. Demonic save for Stompy. Goes off the table again. And again. He doesn't make it. So that is going to be D6 damage from where she's standing. That's cocked and landed on a base. So it doesn't count. Really? That's cocked again. I'm going to roll it again. The sisters deserve something this turn, for goodness sake. 2 damage. 2 measly sodding damage. Alright, Stompy's down to 5 wounds. Perhaps the bolt guns can make up for where the melters spectacularly failed this turn right across the board. I shall roll those off camera. Let's have a look. The bolters all fire in vain at Stompy as only 1 wound makes it through. It was a 6 though, so it's only a 4+ save he gets, which he does fail. He takes another wound down to 4. But, the Emperor has abandoned us, it seems. What on earth is going on this turn with the shooting? This is dreadful. I'm starting to worry about the Canoness in close combat in the fight phase if this luck continues. Well, anyway. Right. This squad next, they're going to unload everything they've got at Stompy in the hopes of maybe finishing him off death by 1,000 cuts style. The sisters open fire. The flamer goes pouring in. The bolt shells go pouring in, exploding all over his tainted demonic hide. He has 3 3+ saves to make, of which he fails 1, and he has 1 4+ save to make thanks to Divine Guidance, which he fails as well. He takes another 2 wounds. He's down to just 2 now, which is not bad. However, while originally I was planning to have this squad fire at Stompy to try and finish him off in case this went badly up here, now, unfortunately, we're faced with a choice. Do we want to try and take down Stompy, or do we want to unload more ammunition into the Bloodthirster to try and weaken him at the very least? And it's not an easy decision, really. I think perhaps Stompy must die. I think he's the more immediate threat. I think if we can destroy him, then this flank, well, the centre really is secured. These squads can move up and try and salvage the situation over here. We're just going to have to possibly grin and bear the assault of the Bloodthirster in the following turn. Yeah, ouch. But that's the way the cookie has crumbled this turn. We're trying to make the best of a bad situation now, so I think, indeed, this entire squad here is going to be firing everything they've got at Stompy, much as these 2 squads have done as well. Once again, the sisters level their blessed bolters, open fire on the approaching demonic Hulk, and long story short, he has 4 3+ saves to make. He fails 2 of them. Stompy, we need not re-roll these, but just for fun, yeah, he fails 2 of those as well. Stompy, with a titanic roar of pain and frustration, is brought to a crashing halt. I like to believe he was charging at full pelt all the way across here, got hit by several salvos of bolt fire and started to slow down under the sheer weight of incoming fire as he came over this barricade. And at last, a few lucky hits from the sisters popped him right in the cranium, and down he goes, slumping across that barricade and remaining still. Stompy, of course, will be back. He is a demon at heart, and he will be once again, as ever, resummoned into a new body to cause some havoc again in the future. But for now, his presence has been removed from this battlefield because at least something has gone right for the sisters this turn, as we now head into the charge phase. And are we going to do any charges? It is awfully tempting to have this Battle Sister squad here charge into battle with those Terminators. However, if they were to do so, we would give up the main door objective over there and forfeit a point. And the fact that the sisters are quite far ahead on points is nothing to sniff at right now. That's actually kind of important, as they face off against some pretty nasty enemies here. And Kor Varek, of course, although he's quite far back, he's been successfully distracted to the point where he's quite far back on the battlefield and probably will not be able to engage in anything over here by the end of the game. He could still summon something, potentially. Something maybe quite big and quite fast, we don't know. So, yeah. I don't think we're going to engage there. I think we're just going to let Canoness Justinia duke it out with the Terminators alone. And hopefully, she will fare relatively well. Hopefully. I mean, if she doesn't, we still have 2 command points in reserve, and we could still do some wonderful divine shenanigans, divine intervention shenanigans, to bring her back to life should she fall. Because that is certainly a thing you can do with Sisters of Battle. They have a stratagem for that, and it's pretty cool. I've never had the chance to use it until possibly today. Let's see how we get on. Let's go into the fight phase, where, well, actually, the Word Bearers will go first, because this is 9th edition. And it looks to me an awful lot like the Terminators would be the ones to strike first rather than the Plague Bearer champion over there. So the Terminators will pile in, thusly. And the Canoness, well, let's see if she can withstand the assault. Alright folks, here we go. The combat begins. The chap with the power sword who was injured by her last turn is going to go first. He has 2 attacks because Hateful Assault's no longer in effect. It's not the first round of combat. He hits on a 3+. He hits twice. He will wound on a 3+. No, he won't. 4+, because of her relic. That's the one. So he wounds once. She can make her 4+ invulnerable save. Can she? Yes. 4+ invulnerable save. Which she actually fails. So she will take a wound unless she can ignore it on a 5+. No. So she does take 1 wound. Then, next up, the gentleman with the lightning claws. He has 3 attacks wearing a pair of lightning claws. And I'm forgetting Death to the Blasted False Emperor again, aren't I? Well, no, it doesn't apply this time. 3 hits, and oh gosh, these will wound on a 4+. Okay, so we have 2 wounds, and this is AP -2 lightning claws, so she gets her full 2+ save from her relic, thanks to the Imagifier being nearby. Hurrah! Makes both of those. Next up, it is the champion with the Chain Fist, who I think I forgot to add the extra attack for last time, but hey, never mind. He hits once. No, he hits twice, sorry, he misses once. And then he will wound on a 2+. No, he won't. He'll wound on a 4+, because of that. Eventually I'll remember this, you know. So he wounds once. AP -4, she has a 4-up Rosaria save, which she passes. And then lastly, we have the Power Fist that is totally not a hammer. 2 attacks, sitting on 4+. Hits once. Wounds once. She will have her 4+ Rosarius save, which she fails. It's 2 flat damage for a Power Fist now. Can she ignore on 5 pluses? No. So she takes 3 wounds this turn, but she still stands. I believe Canonesses have 5 wounds in total, so I think she's got 2 wounds remaining. Either way, I will check that in just a moment, and it's about time for her to strike back, I do believe. So let's do that. I mean, technically, I suppose I should probably pick the priest, but he's all the way over there, and I need to go over there to do it. So, yeah, no, sod that. 4 attacks with her hammer. That's technically a Blessed Blade. Hitting on 2s. Rerolling that 1 for her own aura ability. Now, this will be wounding on 3s. She wounds all 4 times. And this is AP -3, so they have 5 up saves. Oh, yeah, here we go. 3 of them failed. So 1 straight up kills the Terminator. It was on 1 wound remaining. The next one is D3 damage. For 3, she kills another Terminator in 1 fell swoop. And another 3, she's killed 3 Terminators in response. Okay, he dies. We'll have the Lightning Claw dude die, and this gentleman will die, leaving the champion still standing. And yeah, I shall consolidate into him like that. Hell's bells! Alright, let's put the wound dice on her there for 2. She's just murdered 3 Terminators. She is angry, and the Emperor apparently is with her. Okay, that was good. That felt really good. I mean, Wordbearer Dave is cursing the Emperor right now, but Canoness Dave is absolutely freaking delighted. After that woeful shooting phase, I think we deserved that. Right. Goodness me. Okay. Alternating again now. And I believe Kor Varek is going to go next in the ruin there with those Seraphim. He's going to be wanting to kill them. They murdered his brother's Gribbly, you know. His pets. They killed his pets. I mean, he'll resummon them later. They're Nurglings after all. But that's just not on. He's going to kill them all now. All right, here he goes. 6 attacks. Hitting on 2s, re-rolling thanks to both of his prayers. Not that he needs to re-roll. Wounding on 3s. Holy crap. He is annoyed and angry, and I think there might have even been some death to the false emperors there. Let me go back and check. Indeed, there were 2 death to the false emperors. Reroll. Okay, 1 extra hit. That was the wound roll. Okay, so wound roll for that. Does wound. Alright, ladies. You've got an awful lot of 5+ saves to make, because this is AP -4. Good luck. Oh dear, they only make 2 of them. These are 2 damage a pop, I believe, so oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Dead. 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 Yeah, okay, the Seraphim are dead. Like I said, possibly the more sensible move would have been to have them fall back, but I was feeling greedy, apparently. They have fallen. And alas, will not score points for that objective this turn. Mind you, the sisters are in the lead anyway, so I guess that's no huge deal. But they have fallen. Kor Varek will use this opportunity to consolidate over yonder like that, taking his wound dice with him. And his token. That was supposed to remind me that he has that minus to hit on him. It didn't really come up in the end, though. Right, and alternating back to the sisters now, it will be Father Odo smiting down that plague bearer, hopefully. Alright, Odo, let's do this. The Emperor is with you. Hitting on 4s, he hits only twice, which is a bit of a shame. Wounding on 5s, tricky bit. He wounds once, it is all he needs, really. 5+ daemonic save is unfortunately made. Now the champion attacks back at the priest, hitting once, wounding once. 4+ Rosarius is not made. He takes another wound. Odo has 1 wound remaining, but he's still in the fight. Come on, Odo. Come on. Come on. Let's do this, man. Next turn, my friend. Next turn. All right. So, morale. That Terminator over there, he lost 3 of his compadres this turn at the hands of Canoness Justinia. She was pretty freaking angry this turn. Wow. Right. I rolled a 2. Yep, he's fine. On morale. Seraphim are all dead, so they won't be taking any morale tests. And that's, I do believe, it. So, Sister's turn 4 concludes. A mixed bag, a dreadful, absolutely woeful shooting phase, and a fairly successful fight phase, however. Ladies and gentlemen, it isn't over until the fat, great and clean one sings. This is what's happened in the movement phase for the Word Bearers in turn 4. The greater demon, the Bloodthirster, has flapped his way over here, about to go plunging into this unit of Retributors and the Hospitaller to cleave them in twain with that mighty axe of his, and he's also going to be lashing them with his whip as well. The Chaos Terminator champion has been overcome after watching 4 of his comrades be smacked down by this Canoness. He's been overcome with a sense of self-preservation and has withdrawn and re-embarked in the Land Raider, and is in the process of ordering the crew to shoot her in the face with all of the las cannons and heavy bolters they have, and that's what they're going to attempt to do. She's about to face a full salvo of incoming fire from that incredibly damaged Land Raider. She might actually survive this. It's going to be interesting to see. Meanwhile, Kor Varek has moved and advanced out of this ruined building over to here, and he is going to try and summon some more demons in at the death here to try and salvage this situation. Likewise, the Nurgle Demon Prince has moved through the ruins. Now, he's kind of more sort of like halfway through coming through this archway, but wobbly model syndrome is a thing, and I've just positioned him there. He's also going to try and summon some Nurgle demons, because he is, of course, a chaos character himself. So, it does mean he's going to forfeit being able to cast any psychic powers, though, because while he can move, he won't be able to do anything else for the rest of the turn if he summons the demons with my modified demon summoning rules. And additionally, because he's not a word bearer and won't be using the fancy word bearer stratagem, there exists the chance that he will damage himself in the attempt by rolling doubles or triples. And knowing his luck so far in this game, it's entirely likely that might happen. I'll be curious to see. The Land Raider, for its part, has stayed exactly where it is, and that's about the sum of it. The Chaos Forces have completely abandoned their backfield objectives. All they wish to do now is kill, maim, burn. Imperial reinforcements to this sector are incoming. He knows he has limited time. He's going to see if he can, at the very least, do as much damage as possible, Kor Varek, before he's forced to withdraw. Because it seems inevitable at this point, as the Sisters sit on 16 points to the Word Bearer's 5 here in turn 4. Halfway through battle round 4. There is no way he can salvage this on the points. But what he can do is murder as many loyalists as he possibly can and do plenty of damage before he withdraws. That's a very Word Bearer-ish thing to do, if you ask me, so let's do it. End of the movement phase. Let's do some summoning. We will, for 1 command point, use Dark Pact with Kor Varek, so he will avoid damaging himself, and he can re-roll any of these. So we'll re-roll both those 2s. He gets a 12 in total. Let's have a look at what he can summon with that. He's summoning Khorne, by the way. Well, for 12 power level, he can summon exactly 20 Bloodletters, so look who's back. Back again. Interesting. If the Canoness over here survives the incoming salvo of shots against her, they might be able to charge her with a 9-inch charge, getting quite a bit of free movement. It might be, therefore, in the Word Bearer's interest to not shoot the Canoness from that perspective, but I don't think they much care. This guy has hopped into this Land Raider and is bellowing at the crew to fire at her with everything they've got, and entirely heedless of the tactical advantage of not shooting her because of the bloodletters and what have you. So I think that's the way this is going to go. Right. Okay. He basically wants personal revenge, is what's happening here. This is what I mean by a narrative battle report, really. I'm not making decisions based on sound tactical advice. I'm making it based on what would actually happen. And what actually happens with chaos is ridiculous shenanigans like this at the end of the day. It's kind of the nature of the army, really. Now then, the Demon Prince over here also needs to do some summoning. He will roll 3 dice to summon. Any doubles or triples will cause him damage, though. A double, so he takes another mortal wound. And he can summon 7 power levels worth of something. Oh, and disgustingly resilient, so does he? No, he doesn't. Alright, he has successfully summoned a unit of 10 Plague Bearers in front of him, his little minions, and once again I do apologise for the visual discrepancy between them at the moment. He is going to get rebased and repainted so he matches the rest of my Nurgle demons, but for the moment we'll just have to deal with it. Now, with that out of the way, we're going to go ahead into the shooting phase, and the first thing we're going to do is fire the Land Raider, everything it's got, at Justinia, as aspiring champion Muldoon there clambers into the Land Raider, bellowing, "Shoot her! Shoot her!" First up, the heavy bolters. Whew, they certainly don't miss. This thing is hitting on 5+ because it's so badly damaged. Not that it seems to have bothered them. It will wound on a 3+. No, it won't. 4+ because of her thing. A relic, whatchamacallit. It wounds twice, and it does no AP against her because of her abilities. So 2 up saves. She makes both. Then both the twin las cannons, hitting on 5s. Only 1 hit. Wins on a 4+ because of her ability. It fails. She shrugged off a Land Raider's worth of heavy weaponry right there. Again, as I said, narratively, it's the force field projected by that Archaeotech hammer that she carries with a nice bit of kit, that, you know. Nice bit of kit indeed. Now, next up, well, what is next up? Let's have a look. Our options right now are the Chaos Marine squad that's moved up to this barricade here. They've got a melt gun and a plasma gun in there among all their other bolters and stuff. And, of course, we have the Bloodthirster with his Whippy Whip. Let's go for the Whippy Whip, shall we? Alright, so with this whip of his, the Lash of Korn, he's going to target exclusively the Hospitaller, because he can right now, being that close to her. It's D3 for just 1. It hits on a 2+. It will wound on a 3+? No, a 2+. It wounds. It's AP -3, so she has her 6 up save. Nope. And this is, I believe, D3 damage. For 2. I don't know how many wounds a Hospitaller actually has, if I'm honest with you, but I don't think that's going to kill her. So, right. Nice try, Mr. Bloodthirster. Nice try. Indeed, I just checked, and Hospitallers do indeed have 4 wounds, so she's down to 2 remaining. You may be forgiven for asking at this point, why, Dave, didn't you roll the 6-up ignore damage for her? And the answer is not because I forgot, as is usually the case. It's actually because Hospitallers are not part of the order the rest of the army is. They're from a different order. So that she's not from the Order of the Divine Hammer. She's wearing the same colours for the sake of battlefield identification. You know, friend-foe stuff. But she's actually from a different order entirely. And really right now I can't be bothered to go and check if it's actually played that way in the rules, but it is that way in the narrative. So she won't benefit from the Valorous Heart ability, as long as I'm playing her anyway, because that's how it should be. So she doesn't actually get that 6-up ignore damage, nor does she get those armor-piercing ignoring shenanigans either, because she's not of the Valorous Heart, she's of a different order. Well, Divine Hammer in this case, not the Valorous Heart. You know what I mean. You know what I bloody mean. Right. Chaos Brains next. What are they going to shoot at is the question. They might try and shoot the Canoness, you know. They might just do that. Although I don't think all of them can actually see the Canoness, which is a small complication. I think the Melter Gunner and the Plasma Gunner will certainly give it a go, though. Perhaps the rest will just try and poke some shots downrange at those Battle Sisters over there. That's what we'll do. All right, we'll start with the Melter Gunner then, in that case, trying to shoot Justinia. The Land Raider failed. Maybe he can succeed and acquire some personal glory. Well, he certainly hits. Does he wound on a 4+? No, he doesn't. The Plasma Gunner next, 2 shots. I do believe he's in rapid fire range from there. And I think he will overcharge. Chaos, man, they're a bit weird like that. For the Dark Gods, he hits twice with his overcharged plasma. He'll wound on a 4+. Fails to wound again. The Emperor, and more specifically that Archaeotech Hammer, protects. Like you wouldn't believe. How much firepower has she soaked up in this one turn alone? I have a 4 miracle dice over here. Look. I've got a 4 right there, and I've been saving it to use for an invulnerable save for her. But I haven't had to. Bloody hell. She's actually unkillable. Knock on wood. Not that this is wood. This is a metal and plastic table, but I don't know. This is MDF. That'll do. Knock on wood. Right. Okay, shooting phase is done, with the exception of these bolt guns shooting at those sisters. I'll quickly do those off camera. Well, the bolt guns had more luck. They fired 5 shots, and they killed 2 of the sisters who failed their ignore damage saves and their armor saves. 2 sisters from this squad have bitten the dust, have been martyred for the glory of the God Emperor. At least that's how they'll tell the tale. And now, it's charge phase time. Yes, indeed. Well, it looks like the Bloodletters will get their chance to charge Justinia. 2 dice. They're going to need a 9. They don't get it. The Emperor continues to protect his powerful servant here, apparently. She truly is worthy of wielding the Divine Hammer, for which the Order is named. And now it'll be the Bloodthirster who will be charging both the Hospitaller and the Retributors. He virtually cannot fail this charge. However, the Sisters will be spending one of their 2 remaining command points on Overwatch, because it would be silly not to, really, I think. It does mean we forfeit, potentially, the ability to resurrect the Canoness. Well, actually, no, because we'll regenerate 1 command point for the Battleforge bonus next turn. So we'll be back up to 2, so actually they'll be fine. So yeah, oh, knocked the camera. That was a bit unprofessional of me. Right, yeah, so they will fire Overwatch. Let's do this. The Multi-Melter, needing 6s to hit, doesn't get any. The 2 Heavy Flamers, D6 auto hits each. That is a perfectly average 7. 5, 6, 7. These will wound on 5+. We do get a couple of wounds with an extra armor piercing on them. Not that it really makes a difference against this demon, who will use his 5-up save, of which he makes 1. He takes 1 wound. He's down to 8. There we go. Upside down 8, but who cares? Heavy Bolter gets 1 hit. Wound on a 5+, but fails to wound. And then a couple of bolt guns, although what we'll actually be doing is 2 shots from the regular bolt gun, 2 shots from the Combi Flamer on the Sister Superior, and she will also do her D6 auto hits with the Flamer, because she's going to fire both at the same time. Since they're hitting on 6s anyway, it doesn't really matter. So, bolter shots, no hits. D6 auto hits with the Flamer. It's the full 6, ladies and gentlemen. Hype. Wounding on 5s, she gets 3 wounds with that that Combi Flamer of hers, one of which is at -1, so 5-up save, which is passed, 2 4-up saves, one of which is failed. The Bloodthirster is now down to 7 wounds. I think that might bring him down a bracket. I'm not sure. I'll check in just a moment. In fact, I can check right now. I've got the book open over here. 5 to 8 wounds remain. Yes, he's down to his middle bracket now. That's pretty darn significant, don't you know? So, a worthy command point spent there. And of course he will go crashing into these sisters. He'll be fighting the Hospitaller and the Retributors at the same time. More the merrier, right, when you're a demon of Khorne. More things to swing the axe at. A target-rich environment, one might say. So, alright, let's do it. Fight phase. Let's get his attacks ready. I need to check how many he actually has now he's been brought down a bracket. Okay, Wordbearer's fight phase. Charging units will go first, which is today the Bloodthirsty. He has 4 attacks. He will swing one of them at the Hospitaller and the other 3 at the Retributors. That's how we're going to divvy this up. So, here's the one at the Hospitaller, and again, 6s will make 2 hits instead of just 1. There you go. 2 hits on the Hospitaller. Wounding on 2s. Only 1 wound. And this is AP minus a tremendous amount, so she'll probably be on her 6+ Divine Shield save, which she makes. The Emperor protecteth, ladies and gentlemen. Alright. The remaining 3 attacks against the Retributors with his big axe. Bloody hell, he's missed twice. He only hits once. He does wound. Do they make their Shield of Faith save as well? No. D6 damage for 2. No. Okay, so 1 sister. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be the one that was just brought back up by the Hospitaller. She couldn't catch a lucky break today. She's gone. She could technically be brought back, I think, in the sister's turn coming up next. Again, however, it's probably more likely that... well, actually, I was planning to try and get the Hospitaller to move over to heal Justinia, but now that there's a really great Bloodthirster in the way, I'm not sure that's actually a feasible plan. So perhaps that sister is going to be healed once again. Right. Good old Fail Thirster. I see that your 8th edition performance is carried quite nicely over to 9th edition. Well done, sir. Oh, this guy was dreadful in 8th edition. He's appeared in a couple of 8th edition bat reps and he was rubbish in them, and he's been in even more battles that weren't on camera, and he was indeed rubbish in those too. Good old Fail Thirster. Right, okay, so... yeah, that's it, isn't it? No. I tell a lie. The Duel of the Fates is going on over there still, so let's go deal with that right now, shall we? Sword cutting the shot. Let's just go straight over there. 5 attacks from the Father Odo. Because I believe now the charging units are fought, the sisters will now go first. He hits 4 times. Needs to wound on 5s. He wounds twice. 5 up demon saves. 1 is made. Disgustingly resilient. Isn't made. Odo stands victorious over a large pile of rotting, bloated plague bearers. There he stands, at the top of a mound of corpses covered in blood and pus and all sorts of other bits and bobs. Bloodied but not unbowed, on 1 wound remaining. Just in time for the next wave. Oh, Odo. A legend today has been forged, I think, perhaps. A couple of legends, actually, really. Bloody hell. Right. That's that. Fight phase over. Morale. Let's see. Who took casualties this turn? This is a very good question. I think... Did anyone take casualties this turn? Now that I think about it. Oh, the Retributors took a casualty. A 6. 7. They'll still actually be fine. I could have used a miracle dice on that, I suppose, but speaking of miracle dice, killing the brothers Gribbly back there should have earned us another faith dice, or a faith point, or a miracle dice, or whatever we're calling them today. So let's grab that. There we go. What do they get for that? We get a 3. Okay, let's add that to the pool. Any others? Did we kill anything else? I don't think so. That Terminator managed to get away, so... Okay. Oh! Well, we did just kill that Plague Bearer, but because Father Odo isn't actually a member of the Order, I don't think that's actually going to count for miracle dice purposes. So, yeah, no, I don't think we'll get one for that. Right. That, I do believe, is that... Oh, no. 2 sisters from this squad went down as well. Let's just use up one of our... Actually, no, let's not use it, because if you roll a 1 on a morale test for sisters, they do generate a new faith dice, so there's always that chance. Just like that. How's about that? There you go. Have a faith dice, miracle dice, whatever. It's another 3. Okay. Could probably use those for some hit rolls or something. Nicely done. All right. That marks the end of battle round 4. Now time to head into battle round 5, the final battle round, and Sisters turn 5. There will be a few things to do, starting with Kor Varek and his prayers. I believe he will cast Omen of Potency on himself again. Not unsuccessfully, because the Brothers Gribbly are no longer here, so the Chaos Gods have removed their favour from him. He's back down to his base stat line. For his second attempt, he will try and do Benediction of Darkness on the Land Raider, which does succeed at least. So the Land Raider has a -1 to hit back on it again. Let's get a token for that before I forget it again. There we go. And, remove this one from Kor Varek. You no longer bear the gods' favour. You have failed them today, you see. Now then, the sisters, as they head into their turn 5, will generate another couple of miracle dice. Drowning in the bloody things now. Another 3. And that one goes off the bloody table. I really need to get better at rolling them in the correct direction. There we go. And a 2. They will be added to the increasingly large pool of miracle dice. And now, we got to go roll on the table for the Voices in the Darkness.
Alright, what's it going to be this time? 1. Resonant Psalms again. You know what? Not even sorry. I'm going to re-roll this again because I'm bored of getting either 5 or 1 for the entire battle. So, stop it, Dice Gods. Do you know what? Fine. The Dice Gods have spoken. 5 it is, emboldening tales for a third bloody time as we head into the final battle round, everybody. Who am I to argue, I suppose? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of the turn 1. Turn 1. Definitely not turn 1. Turn 5 movement phase for the Sisters of Battle. The Retributors and the Hospitaller have fallen back from close combat with the Bloodthirster. And the Hospitaller has resurrected this poor unfortunate sister yet again. Additionally, this squad of Battle Sisters and the Canoness have regrouped and headed this way, ready to pour everything they've got onto this Bloodthirster. Make this foul beast pay. Make it fall. In the name of the Emperor, you shall not despoil this place. Additionally, this squad of Battle Sisters has moved up to take a central position in this entrenched area. This squad with the Melters has moved up as well, and Father Odo, while he is a zealous and faithful servant of the Emperor who has killed his fair share of demons today, he's also not stupid. He has withdrawn a little bit to rejoin these Battle Sisters here, as we see the incoming wave of Nurgle demons over there. And that's everything, really. That's pretty much everything. The plan for the Sisters this turn is going to be to try and bring down the Bloodthirster, try and explode that Land Raider if possible, and kill as much warp scum in the process as they can. As reinforcements arrive, we can probably hear the rumbling of tank treads in the background as we speak, as more loyalist forces begin to arrive to shore up this position, as we drive the word bearers and the warp scum back from whence they came, back through these ruins. But the question is, how will the final minutes of this battle play out? So, let's go into the shooting phase, and I think we're going to start over here with this squad of Battle Sisters. because their 3 melter guns are all going to the 2 melter guns and the combi melter are going to fire at the Land Raider to try and finally destroy it. The rest of the bolters are going to shoot at the Plague Bearers over there. Starting with the melter guns, these will hit on 4 pluses because of Benediction of Darkness on the Land Raider. Look at me, I finally remembered it. 1 hit, 4+ to wound, it doesn't wound. The melters cannot bring this cursed monstrosity down. It has weathered the storm this game, this Land Raider, well and truly, living up to the reputation of one of those machines. That's for sure. Now the rest of the bolters shooting at those Plague Bearers. After a bit of quick dice rolling off the camera, the Plague Bearers have this many demon saves to make. They make 2 of them, disgustingly resilient. They make another one. A single Plague Bearer is brought down by the Sisters' Bolt of Fire. Next, let's move over here to the Retributors, where I'm going to be using some stratagems. Give me one moment to find the cards. All 3 of our remaining command points are going to be spent on Holy Trinity and Judgment of the Faithful. Use this stratagem after an Adepta Sororitas unit from your army falls back. That unit can shoot during the shooting phase of this turn and charge in the charge phase of this turn. Dot characteristic of 10 or more. That last bit's a typo. It's not meant to be there. I checked the stratagem in the actual codex and whoops. Come on, quality control. What are you like? Anyway, we're also using Holy Trinity again. So we'll be adding 1 to the wound roll for this entire unit of Retributors as they fire at their melters, flamers and bolters all at this Bloodthirster. So let's do it. Let's do it. Multi-melter, hitting on a 3, rerolling 1s. Well, better than last time at least. Could have used a faith dice there actually, come to think of it. Nah, we're alright. Wounding on a 2+, thanks to Holy Trinity. It wounds. 5+ demon save. Is failed. This is D6 plus 2, I think, damage for being in short melter range. 5, 6, 7. Why, I do believe that finishes off the Bloodthirster. He's dead. Now the question is, I will double check the melter damage, but I'm pretty sure it was either to +2 or +3, so I think either way he's very much kaput. I just want to check though to see if he does anything when he dies. Like, kind of an explode result for a vehicle. No, there is no such thing in his rules. So, as this noble sister of battle levels her multi-melter and fires for the final time, hitting this demon square in the midriff, causing him at last to shatter and shimmer and explode in an eruption of fire and brimstone, as he screams back to the warp, where he will have to undergo the trials of the Blood God in order to be able to come back again. If I recall, when demons get sent back to the warp, calm ones, they have to sort of undergo a whole Herculean task of things to do before they regain the Blood God's favour. That might be some seriously old, out-of-date 40k lore, to be fair, right there, but I think that was the case, something like that. Either way, good old Failthirster is back where he belongs. In hell. Well done, ladies. The rest of them didn't even have to fire. Of course, those shots will be considered wasted now because they did all fire at the Bloodthirster. Which means that these sisters are all free to shoot at the Bloodletters, I think. Assuming they're enough... Well, I don't think the Flamers are in range, but the rest of them will be in bolter range. Let's measure that up. The sisters let rip with their bolt guns into the demon filth. Only 2 Bloodletters go down, though. Got some very lucky demon saves there. The warp is a fickle thing, and this time it ate all of those bolter shots. Finally, this squad over here in the middle are going to unload everything they've got at the Land Raider, smoking and steaming as it is, with holes ripped through the front in multiple places, but still grinding onwards in spite of everything, defying all laws of reality, frankly, at this point. They are going to fire all of their bolt gun shells that they can at this thing and see if they can finally destroy it and maybe make it explode spectacularly, forming a huge hole in the chaos line here as the word bearers begin to consider falling back. Let's do this. 3 is to hit. Well, that's not a promising start, is it really? Okay. 5's to wound. 1 wound. They definitely won't destroy it then. And a 2-up save is made. Admittedly, the Canoness has a bolt pistol and the Imagifier has a bolt gun as well. Imagifier hits, doesn't wound. The Canoness hits, doesn't wound. Alright, let's just know bringing that thing down. It refuses to die. Fair enough, I suppose. They don't make them like they used to, those old land raiders. Belisarius, call eat my shorts. Anyway. Right. That actually concludes the sister's turn. I do not believe there will be any charges. In hindsight, one thing I was tempted to do was actually to have Justinia charge the land raider all by herself to try and whack it with her hammer and destroy it. But at the time, there was a really great bloodthirster over here chopping its way through her sisters, and I felt like she wouldn't simply ignore that to go bash a tank in the face. So I did move her with the other sisters over here to try and deal with this bloodthirster. As it turned out, we didn't need to because the Retributors didn't whiff like the last turn. But it felt like the right thing to do, even though part of me wishes she'd run over there to bash the Land Raider in the face. Alas, that was not the case. So, that pretty much brings an end to the turn. There is not much in the way of morale to take except for over here with the Bloodletters. If they roll a 1, they get dudes back, but they don't. Same, well, no, not the same for the Plague Bearers over there. I believe they lost 1 this turn, and they cannot possibly fail that morale test, so I won't even roll it. Alright, that is the Sisters' last actions for this battle round and for the battle in general. The Chaos Forces, having gone second at the start, they will now finish out battle round 5 themselves in one last desperate, defiant move. For the sake of spite, if nothing else, let's see what damage they can inflict upon the Sisters before Kor Varek decides finally to withdraw from this place. Word Bearers, turn 5. Let's go. Here we go, folks. The final turn of the game has begun. The Bloodletters have surged forward. The tank has rumbled forward. The lone Terminator aspiring champion has disembarked again from the Land Raider and has marched onwards over here, levelling his combi melter at the Canoness, hoping for some revenge and perhaps some glory in the eyes of the Dark Gods as the entire line surges forward in one last spiteful effort for the Pantheon and death to the false Emperor. The Plague Bearers have moved forward across this ruined Aquila, quite symbolically, I suppose. The Nurgle Demon Prince is about to crash headfirst into this squad of sisters, and Kor Varek himself is heroically taking up the rear, ready to embark in his Land Raider and make his way out of here at the earliest opportunity. The Chaos Marine squad has also hopped over the barricade, ready to unload all their rapid fire shots that they can into the enemy and then probably charge as well. Here we go, folks. The final last gasp of the Word Bearer's assault is about to begin. Let's do it. Let's go into the shooting phase to begin with. I think, as ever, we'll start with the Land Raider. And what is the Land Raider going to shoot? Well, I think on this particular occasion, it's going to shoot whatever happens to be in front of it, which on this occasion is those sisters there. So, las cannons. No hits. It is very badly damaged after all. If I acquire another 2 dice from my pocket, heavy bolters, 2 hits, 1 wound. They ignore the AP on this, however, and they make their save. The Land Raider is unkillable, it seems, but also incapable of killing anything else for most of this game. Dearie me. Next up, we'll go over here to this aspiring champion, and he is, as I said, going to fire his combi melter directly at the Canoness. Here we go. He'll hit on a 3+. And he misses. The Emperor protects. There it is. He can still probably try and get in there and attack her with his chain fist, but he's going to have to do it up close and personal if he wants to take it down now. He has missed with that combi melter of his. He has failed the Dark Gods for possibly the last time. Right. Let's hop over here to this Chaos Marine squad now, I think, and they are going to shoot... I think they're going to shoot these Battle Sisters here, that squad, because they're all being rapid fire range for that. I'll start with the plasma gun, not overcharging. 1 hit, 1 miss, and does not wound. Next up, the melter gun, which misses, and then we have 3 guys with bolt guns, including the champion, who only score 2 hits, 2 wounds, and the sisters make 1 save. Actually, yeah, no, it is 1 save. It is 1 save. I thought for a second they were shooting them. They're not shooting them, so they don't get cover. One of the sisters does in fact fall. Although that was a bit underwhelming considering the firepower they had at their disposal there. I think the word bearers really are on their last gasp here. They must be exhausted and demoralised. Regardless, that is all the shooting. Let's proceed directly to the charge phase. The sisters have no command points left at this point, so they can't do any interrupts or overwatch or anything like that. So this aspiring champion is going to try and charge across this barricade to tear the Canoness a new one with his chain fist. With a 5-inch charge, he will make it. If I can balance him on top of there. Oh boy. Yeah, wobbly model syndrome. The Bloodletters now, they will be charging the sisters and the Canoness. With a 10, they will definitely make it. With the Bloodletters charged in, that's what things look like. There is a back line of them that won't be able to participate in the fight, but plenty of them will. Oh, it's going to get messy. Next, the Nurgle Demon Prince, who cannot possibly fail at that distance, so he goes just straight in. The Plague Bearers, also charging the sisters. They roll Nurgle's exact blooming number, so they're going to go in. And these Chaos Marines, I don't know exactly what they need to get into those sisters there, phrasing, but an 11 will almost certainly be enough. And that's how things look over here with the charges done. And lastly, Father Odo will take a deep sigh, mop his brow, and prepare to enter the fray once again with an heroic intervention, of course. There we go, excellent. So, we're about to head into the fight phase, ladies and gentlemen, where it's going to be a big old scrap, up close and personal. This is going to be cool. It's also probably going to take a little while, but it'll be worth it. Well, folks, we're going to begin it right here with this Chaos Terminator aspiring champion, making 4 attacks with his chain fist using Hateful Assault against Canoness Justinia. Let's see how he fares. He's going to need force to hit. He makes 2 hits. Need force to wound her. He makes 2 wounds. She has 2 4-up invulnerable saves to make, and you know what? I think it's time to use a miracle dice. Boom, she passes one of them. We roll for the second. And she makes both. That champion will not have his revenge today, or indeed in the next life. So that miracle dice is discarded. Marvellous. Now I think it's time for the Bloodletters to go, and every one of them is going to be attacking the sisters with the exception of, I think, these 4 here, I want to say. Yeah. These 4. Which one of them is the
champion. I think this one's a champion. I have 2 champions in the squad because that's how they were assembled. But I think this one is the one that's actually meant to be the champion. That one is the sort of not looks like a champion but isn't a champion model. So it'll be these 3 bloodletters and this champion fighting her. The rest of them fighting the sisters. And let's see how we get on. Need lots of dice for this. Alright, first up the bloodletters and the champion on the Canoness. These guys will hit on 3 pluses, I believe, because there's less than 20 of them now. Otherwise, they would hit on 2 pluses, I think. Hitting on 3s. A less than stellar hit roll attempt, but there it is. And they will wound on 4s against the Canoness. 1 single wound. It is AP -3. These swords of theirs are quite nasty. And I believe was that a 6 to wound? I think it might have been. I believe 6s to wound do something like an extra point of damage. We'll see, though. Does she pass her invulnerable save is the main thing. She doesn't. Okay, let me just double check then. That was indeed a 6 to wound, and indeed 6s to wound with bloodletters do 2 damage instead of 1, which means she has to pass at least 1 of these 5 up feel no pains, otherwise she will be brought down. Luckily for her, there is a hospital nearby, so I'm sure it won't be the end of Canoness Justinia, but is she going to be grievously wounded by this encounter? Let's find out. 5 up ignores. She passes both. Her faith is strong, folks. What else can I say, really, at this point? Right, now the rest of the bloodletters chopping up them sisters. Here we go. Hitting on 3s. Okay. Then wounding on 3s. Not as good. -3 the lot of these. 6 up saves for the sisters. I forgot to see if any of those were 6s. Darn it. Alright, never mind. We'll just say that they weren't. Who cares at this point at the end of the game? 6 up, ignore wounds. 1 of them is made. 4 sisters are brought down. Okay, next we move on to the Chaos Space Marines, making their attacks into these battle sisters, starting with the champion who has 3 attacks thanks to a Hateful Assault with his Power Axe, hitting on 3s. And wounding on 2s, because Power Axe is a strength +2 now, so he's strength 6. Wounds twice, AP -2, 5 up saves for the sisters. They fail both. Do they make their 6 up ignore damage? They don't. 2 sisters fall from that squad. Now the rest of the Chaos Marines making their regular close combat attacks with Hateful Assault, hitting, of course, on 3s. Wounding on 3s. Again, I forgot Death to the False Emperor. Sorry, everybody. I'm getting tired. We're nearly at an end. Nearly ready to call a day to this battle report. Please forgive. The sisters fail 2 saves and they make 1. 6 up ignores. 1 is ignored. Another sister dies. Now let's move on to the Nurgle Demon Prince. The Demon Prince of Nurgle has 4 attacks with his Hellforged Sword and 1 extra with his Malefic Talons. The Malefic Talons first. Hits. Wounds. AP -2, 5 up save. Isn't made. Does the sister resist damage twice? No. 1 sister additionally falls. Now the Hellforged Sword attacks. I believe you can re-roll 1 because he's a Demon Prince and he affects himself, but not if you re-roll it into a 1. 2+ to wound. -3, 6 up saves. 1 is made. And this is 3 each, so 3 6s? Nope. 3 6s? Nope. The Demon Prince kills another 3 sisters. After that brutal wave of attacks, only the Sister Superior remains standing. And now the Plague Bearers consolidate into they pile into both her and Father Odo, ready to make their attacks. It will be 5 attacks on her to begin with, hitting on 4s. Wounding on 3s, rerolling. Because plague weapons. 2 3-up saves. Of which she fails both. Can she roll 2 6s to make up for it? No. The Sister Superior is killed by the Plague Bearers. And then Father Odo, there are 4 hits scored against him. Re-rolling these wounds. He is wounded 4 times. Can he make 4 4-up Rosaria saves? Oh, so close. So close. I don't think I'm allowed to use a miracle dice on him. And I've already rolled the dice now anyway, so I can't. But I don't think you're able to use a miracle dice on non-sisters units. So Father Odo is unfortunately finally at long last beaten down by the Plague Bearers, although it took a lot of them to bring him down, and I'm sure he'll be back again in the future once the Hospitaller gets to him. But yes, what a legend. Fair enough. Well, and the Sister Superior, I'm afraid, is also kaput. Right. Okay. Lots of success over there, obviously. All that opposed them have been destroyed between the Chaos Marines and the Nurgle Demons. The Bloodletters were a bit of a letdown by comparison, though, I have to say, and that Terminator champion. But that's the end of the Chaos attacks. The Sisters now get a chance to fight back. And no prizes for guessing what the Canoness is going to do. Yeah. She's going to turn around and finish what she started. That Terminator champion, as far as she is concerned, is a dead man walking. 4 attacks. Hitting on 2s. That is 4 hits. Wounding on 3s. Yeah, 3s. And he has 3 5-up saves to make. He makes absolutely none of them. D3 damage each. 3 wounds. He is dead, right on the money. 3 wounds to go, and he's dead. Fine work. He tempted to get his revenge, and, bit off more than he could chew, I guess. He should have learned his lesson the first time. Right, the rest of the Sisters will now attempt to fight back against these Bloodletters, and they kill 1 Bloodletter in return, thus ending the fight phase. Morale? Well, these Battle Sisters here in the middle will just go ahead and use a miracle dice to make them pass their morale, so that I don't have to roll for it. Laziness, I know, but boy, have I got a lot of spare miracle dice at the end of this game. And that ends the morale phase quite swiftly, and thus ends the game finally here at the end of Battle Round 5. An interesting ending, ultimately, because as we look at the battlefield, the battle in and of itself seems hardly resolved, really. If it were to go on for another turn or another 2 turns, well, it could be quite interesting. It could actually finally be curtains for the Sisters, but you have to draw the line somewhere, and in this particular mission scenario, it does end at exactly 5 turns. So, with the Sisters having massively run away with the points, finishing the game on, I think, 17 points, if not more. I started to not bother counting towards the end. There can be only one outcome of this battle, and that is that the Sisters have successfully held off until reinforcements can arrive. As the demonic assault crashes into their front lines, they beat them back. They fall back, ready to make another volley of bolt of fire and flame of fire into the advancing warp spawn, when finally the rumbling of distant tanks becomes not quite so distant, and the forces of the Cadian 407th Armoured and 404th Infantry finally roll up to relieve them. Kor Varek, for his part, leaps aboard his Land Raider along with his Chaos Space Marines, and they hightail it as fast as they can, pushing the demonic machine spirit to its limits in the opposite direction, tail between his legs, well and truly and thoroughly. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of today's battle. The Imperium has finally, at last, managed to turn the tide of the war here on Abakhan Epsilon. The counterattack starts today, and I'm sure in the future, we've definitely not seen the last of Kor Varek. We won't have seen the last of the Order of the Divine Hammer, and we haven't seen the last of this planet either. I intend to battle this out to something of a conclusion. It should be fun. It should be epic. At least I hope so. As the forces of the Acheron Crusade batter their way through the Chaos defences and retake what was lost for the glory of the God Emperor, ladies and gentlemen. And down here, I like to think that standing on the top of a ruined building they've climbed up to get a better view, Captain Perkins and Colonel Van Graff sit there watching the carnage as the last of the demons are wiped out by overwhelming firepower from the Imperial Guard tanks. And Perkins turns to the Colonel and remarks, "Sir, do you know what? Just this once, it's quite nice not to be the one that needs rescuing." Thanks very much for watching, everybody. I'll catch you next time.